In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds 1 minute turn. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Day 3 is upon us now. We've had 2 days of matches and we've seen Na'Vi accelerate away from the rest of the competition. Is anyone else going to be able to keep up the pace? Are they going to be able to maintain that lead? Only time will tell. We'll be jumping right into it. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are getting into the thick of it, kicking things off with the Sanhok first up, Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. For a little time. It will be a little bit before we get to that Sanhok. Here are our socials at the bottom of your screen here over at PUBG Mobile Official in various different formats, but you can find us over on those channels. Just type in roughly PUBG Mobile Official. You'll find us on Instagram as well as YouTube and TikTok. But yeah, today, getting back into it. It was cold early. It's hot now. I might have to take this hoodie off during the middle of the show, but we'll see. But yeah, I think overall, Na'Vi going absolutely buck wild yesterday, getting themselves their first chicken dinner right at the end of the day. But yeah, we have new groups once again coming in. We're shuffling things around a little bit. Fireflux also doing fantastically well. Some much more strategic gameplay to the absolute firehouse that is Na'Vi currently.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult to do anything against them. I think, yeah, they've managed to finish. Their lowest placement was 8th with 6 eliminations, which was really quite something in the second to last game yesterday in the first Miramar. Outside of that, they were 4th or higher every single other game. So it's kind of unfair to compare anyone else to the day that they had. Let's take a look at what they might win if they can keep this pace up the prize pool as it stands right now. 400 grand in finals is where the lion's share of that resides. There is a participation reward split between all 20 of our teams. So that is $2,000 each just for turning up.
Yeah, exactly. It's very nice for all these teams just participating here, getting themselves through the tournament, hoping to get to here, which is the finals. And as our final prize pool breakdown, 55k right up the top there, dropping down to 35k and 22k in third. But you still get yourself a cool $5,000 just for making it to 16th and 15th. So it's worth making it to the finals, just some of that buckaroo.
Yeah, it does increase your guaranteed revenue from $2,000 to $7,000 as a team getting to those finals, which is great. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. Of course, we are kicking things off with our jungle map, Sanhok, then 3 Erangels, followed by double Miramar on dessert course at the end of the day, 4-2. It's going to be, again, a brilliant day to watch. In the middle of it all, there is a little secret that I'm sure that you guys are all aware of if you've been watching PUBG Mobile Super League for a while now. We got a little show match in the middle of the day, so we'll be looking forward to that too.
Secret TDM time. That's what we got going on here. Here's our groups for today. Obviously, Na'Vi once again playing alongside us with Twisted Minds, who stepped things up a little bit yesterday. Team Spirit have yet to find their footing in these games. And Brute Force, who had a decent day yesterday. Nothing crazy by any stretch of the word, but that's by comparison to Na'Vi, who basically have taken this tournament by storm already in week 1. So Brute Force, I still think they did fairly well for themselves. And 77 back in.
Yeah, they have Brute Force managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday. They were getting pretty high eliminations at the end of their day. Not so great. Here's a head-to-head between Na'Vi's day 1 and Na'Vi's day 2. You can see the average eliminations definitely had an uptick, but that's not to say that it wasn't strong on day 1. 7.5 elimination average is still a great record to be able to put on up. 3 to 5 placement points, I think that's a little bit more significant for me. Na'Vi really containing a little bit more strategic positioning in order to allow themselves to get into these high fragging positions.
Yeah, here's our overalls now. 104 elimination points for Na'Vi. Wow. This is insane stuff from them. I think the big one there was the fact they had 25 minutes 12 average survival time. If we take into consideration the average game length of a Sanhok is around about 24 to 25 minutes, they're surviving to the end as a winning team from Sanhok on every map from yesterday. Yeah. Now, that is sort of insane. So if we look at it from that perspective, it is wild to look at their average survival time, making it into every single end game, be it with one player or as four, still putting up points. Here's our second page. This was talking about Brute Force there with 6 matches played at 46 points. So above both Team Spirit, Footballers Chaos and Heroic have all had 12 matches played currently, but not the greatest amount of points.
Yeah, Brute Force currently the highest scoring team on just 6 matches played, followed closely by 77. See if they can keep that record going as we slide on down to the bottom of the tables, where we see S2G, which I think is a bit of a shock maybe for S2G fans to see them all the way down there, but they still have 3 more days this week to play. They still have plenty more opportunity to prove themselves against the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, I think for a fair few teams here, there's still time. There's still time to work with. Here are PMGC points of who will be making it through. Right now, we have IWNRX in first place, 741 points, and Brute Force with 716, closely followed by Team Spirit, the 715. Then you have your large drop-off down to 4th place, where a lot of that fighting will take place.
Yeah, that is going to be all adding up over the course of this tournament. Team Spirit looking to try and chase that one down towards IWNRX. That is still a pretty hefty gap. It's about a 30 or so point gap, and those translate directly from table scores as well. So you really, really need to be putting the pace up there. And it could be a little bit of a relaxing tonic potentially to a team like Team Spirit, right, where they could come into the finals and go like, you know what, we've already secured our PMGC spot off these points, so you know, we're so far ahead or whatever, we can just take a chill pill here. It doesn't even matter if we don't get to top 6 in the end of it. Obviously they'd like to, but I think that might be a breath of fresh air for them. Similarly for IWNRX though, the same story for them.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX, like, because they had such a strong season in spring, sort of makes sense for them to move on through towards PMGC, right, with those points. I'd be happy to see it. And I think they proved themselves very much so. It's hard to perform from tournament to tournament, but some teams can do it. It has been a while since we've seen a dominant force for such a long time, and I think the closest thing we have to that is Alpha 7. Despite them finding their big international this year, EWC, it's a case of getting very, very close to PMGC, but not quite taking it just yet. So I do think for Alpha 7, they're probably one of our most consistent teams in the entire world, but it has just been upstarts from all of the regions that maybe have taken away that PMGC over them from way back when it was Nova, the 2-time champions.
Yeah, so it's been really interesting to see how Alpha 7 has kept climbing and kept that pace up. It's quite spectacular, really. Looks like our team's not ready to get into the lobby just yet. They're just hanging out, Blank. They're just chilling right now. You can see no headphones on, except for Virtus Pro. They are locked in. They're on the chase, man. Yeah. They're on the chase towards the top of the tables.
So we do have a case where qualification spots will be given to the next best team if they've already qualified through PMGC points. If they also, so say IWNRX, they consistently keep up this pace, they stay at the top of the tables in terms of PMGC points, they make it to the top 6, we'd have our 7th team going through to PMGC. So we're still going to be giving out 6 slots regardless here at the PMSL EMEA in finals. So it might be quite a few EMEA teams heading on through to PMGC. I'm excited for it.
It's going to be something to behold. Oh, nearly left hanging. Just had to shuffle the chair on in. It's a big old fingerprint on that pillow. God, imagine the size of the hand that made that.
The pillow?
No, the fingerprint.
Oh, right. I see.
Huge.
Yeah,
it's massive.
Yeah.
It's a giant. Just plodding around in PMGC.
I'm looking at PMGC points right now.
Oh, okay. You got the PMGC points. He's doing calculations.
I'm doing some calculations, yeah. Yeah, just having a little look through.
All right, well, let me know how you get on. We're looking at Team Na'Vi's stats. Look at that. Flip leading the damage, Flip leading on the survival time as well. That was, I think, in most part due to the fact that I think for 2 matches he was able to get really deep into the game in that late game. Really great stuff for him. Very, very much further into the game than the rest of his roster is there as well. And I think that a lot of credit has to be given to him for what happened yesterday. I think Lemon as well was a standout player, able to do so much with those grenades and consistently that 1-2 punch with Flip. You've got also that backstop default being such a great anchor for the team, a great foundation for them to build their success on. Axa as well. He's starting to pop off a little bit more back to the old form that we know and love. So it's the sort of team that kind of gets you excited about PUBG Mobile again, and that is Na'Vi this time around. But they've had 2 days to show off. Will they have a third?
Yeah, I think it's nice for Axa because he's much more of a leader than anything. He inspires greatness in the squads he's on, but he does need some formidable backup, and he certainly has that with this team. Great when it comes to scouting outposts, in terms of just being able to relax now a little bit and put less of the fragging power in and more of that mental game into it. It looks like it has improved their gameplay a lot because not only are some of their rotations stellar, now they have that firepower to back up those rotations as well that are sometimes a little bit risky, but they get themselves in positions and fight on through. So very, very nicely done. Sanhok, to start things off though, we did not take long to get into this one. We want to get those games started right away for you at home. But you can see here on the overall rankings of Fireflux not playing and a couple of teams underneath like Power, Na'Vi 152 points. The next best team inside this lobby is Trovo 2030 with just the 79.
That is almost double the score, which is quite frankly breathtaking. That is not a glitch, guys. Don't go pinging us on what is it? Are we calling it X or are we still calling it Twitter? I'm not sure. Don't go pinging us saying, "Oh, it's a glitch. Na'Vi, you have so many points. How's that possible?" It is possible. It's happened. And we've just got to move through with it. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Plane path went straight down the middle there. I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy and Guild on the south edge. Maybe a bit of conflict. Painan as well. Seems like RCB and Virtus Pro are going to have a little bit more of a scrap to secure that position. Potentially on the Northwest Island. A couple of hot drops brewing on Sanhok.
Yeah, again, I think for 77, they'll likely drop over towards Hartin. Twisted Mind's probably going to long over towards Camp Alpha, so there is space to play there. It depends if Twisted Minds drop early. Virtus Pro and RCB, we saw this fight beforehand, RCB actually taking it, but that came off the back of Team Spirit actually finding one pick off over towards Virtus Pro, which left them a little bit panicking. This time around, they confirmed directly onto Painan. They don't try and scout out behind them up towards the hill, where Nomi's currently playing, and they'll have themselves a good start to this one, where there isn't an instant pick-off. Twisted Minds take themselves a knock despite going far. That knock has not been flushed. On the other hand of things, though, Enigma Galaxy do lose a player in the process versus Guild.
Virtus Pro leave Bishke kind of isolated on the far side of the road. And those are the hot drops that I was highlighting as well. That Zeus drop on towards the top of the Northwest Island Mountain, being noisy neighbors to Twisted Minds. Not gone well for them. And nade from Brute Force, who are running down the off flank of 77. Let's take a look at a replay here. I mean, yeah, that's the sort of thing that you should be aware of if you know there's a parachute being dropping near you. That there's going to be someone on the inside just waiting with a barrel pointed straight at that door.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure that should have happened for Enigma Galaxy, but they'll play on. We'll see what they can do.
I think it's fair enough, right? I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, they play this army split so often. The difficulty for Guild is they don't really have anywhere else to go. They could have dropped over towards Kampong or Lakawi or even a dock split. And instead, they head down towards here, which is sandwiched between Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi. And I think this is more fault on Guild's side of things, honestly, because Enigma Galaxy, they've had this spot for so long. And Guild, despite having a lot of available positions to play around the map, decides to place themselves in this tough scenario. So potentially Enigma Galaxy don't expect this because it was a wide split from them, which they likely won't go for again whilst Guild's in the lobby alongside them. I wouldn't call it a hot drop over towards Zeus and Twisted Minds though. It was just one player and Rita dropping quite far out towards that western side, not on the northwestern mountain with them, kind of encroaching on the trash spots that you usually loot around Camp Alpha. So both of these were a little bit weird in the way they played out because it was just two solos that ran into each other early, and realistically at that point, it's just whoever picks up the gun first.
Yeah, and it was in that instance a guild player on the south side, a Zeus player on the north side. Brute Force managed to catch one of 77 as well on their spread just before we cut to that replay. 77 left 2 on the east side of the river, and they played quite a wide split around Hartin and that area. Brute Force stretched out from Cow and down towards Tapmok, found a player, and were able to get rid of them, adding a point to their tally. Teams now shifting down towards that confluence, a really important crossing point. Team Spirit want to transition down south from Boot Camp. Looks like they've got that outpost in Matic, but Virtus.pro and RCB still holding off one another in Painan. Could be dangerous if they're forced to stay there for too long.
It's actually a big move from Brute Force, because that pickoff is much more valuable for Brute Force than you might initially expect, just because now they know that the Hartin players, they're reduced down to 3, makes their rotation across that northwest bridge just that little bit easier, understanding that the crash is going to likely be a 4v3 for them. And 77 not likely to hard hold that bridge side. And with the circle heading over towards that west side, that's likely a crossing that Brute Force will make in the near future. So for Brute Force, that works out perfectly on a cheeky pickup at the start. And you know why 77 went for that as well, like in terms of having at least an outpost over towards that east side that they can regroup on, because crossing that bridge is not easy. So having an outpost would have been nice, but Brute Force spots it. And that's what you talked about earlier, John, in terms of checking the shoots. And Brute Force was very quick on the uptake over towards that north side of the map.
Nice and fastidious, aware of their surroundings on the north side. Brute Force still yet to leave Cal, though. They kind of turtled back on up. IWNRX taking a shot from Nomi. That's a great opener for them towards IWNRX to allow them up towards that high ground, the top of that hill. So important to control the approach to this area, but they are kind of at the back of the queue when it comes to positions over that river on the other side. If the circle shifts out to the west side, if it goes to that southwest island, they're going to have a tough time. I think at the north island might be a little bit easier for them. There's potential for them to sweep around towards the north side, but if they have to go down to that southwest edge, it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough if they can't punch their way through with opening picks like that.
I think it's very difficult for Team Spirit on Sanhok at the moment, purely because there's quite a few teams that refuse to play on the eastern side of the map, like Camp Bravo, Mong Nai, Lakawi, Kampong. A lot of teams opt to instead just try and squeeze themselves against one another in these circles in the beginning over towards the western side of the map. We can see Trovo 2030, they're already holding the split towards Confluence. You've got IWNRX on the north side of Virtus.pro and RCB in Painan, and you got 2 teams off towards your northeast and S2G and the Falcons. So the Team Spirit, they're massively penned in a lot of times at the start of these games, especially if a circle goes over towards that western side. Their life becomes actually a lot easier if it's an eastern shift. So this is the worst one for them.
Hamzy wants to put a nade in. Nomi cooking one, knows that there's the roll up here. One player already down for S2G, and Nomi wants to try and get this res. The rest of Team Spirit, they were up on that mountain, but they're moving now. They're moving up back towards Boot Camp. A nade in bounces, but doesn't quite get the knock. The shotgun will, though. There's the flush, and Team Spirit are cut in half by an approach from the north side from S2G.
Yeah, it's just a catch-off, right? You know, they rolled up in towards IWNRX. They expected someone to be there. S2G, though, not a team to mess around too much as they head immediately over towards warehouses on the north side. You can imagine that for Team Spirit, that is the likely rotation to go for as well, right? In this situation, I think they realized that the huge amount of the south side of the map is already taken, already pushed into. So you look to make that rotate on that north side and try and push in through the bridge on that northwest island. But it's not to be, because there is, again, so many teams that just pen them in within these circles. Very difficult to play around with. However, you know, one fight to the next, there is potential to win that one. We've seen Na'Vi do it. We can't make the same excuses for Team Spirit.
No, now they're down to 2. They'll have to fight on like that. Circle shift, speaking of Na'Vi, over towards them in that ruins area. I'm surprised that Na'Vi are still holding a position in the center of ruins. I would have thought it may be more likely that they go straight to the compounds out on the west, but for now, they haven't really got too much threat. But that might change as Black Esports looking to move up on the southwest side. They've put 2 there, leaving Flip and Lemon on the middle in the temple. In the ruins, they will hold that central area. with the circle as it is, I mean, they're going to be able to survive a long while there, but getting out of it, should they need to, will be a treacherous journey, to say the least.
I mean, technically for Na'Vi, it's a case where there are so many teams around you. I mean, they must have seen all the shoots as they drop down, that the rotational paths are fairly limited. So the best thing they can do is just play inside of ruins, where there's not a huge amount of sightlines in towards here, but there's a lot of plateaued cliffs that sit around ruins itself. So it's more likely that teams are going to start taking shots at one another across those positions on those sightlines, where Na'Vi can just sort of play this out to the end game. What they're realistically hoping for is a very central shift on this next circle. They're lucky that it dropped back down towards that south side, but if the circle just keeps centering up time and time again, Na'Vi actually have a real chance in this one. It's just the loot that's going to be a bit of a trouble.
Zeus with shots down towards Twisted Minds. They were able to get a knock onto one of their players earlier. Were not able to confirm that flush. Twisted Minds, they've still got a knocked player now as well. S2G continue their rampage from the northern side as they find shots over towards Falcons. Already finding a flush there. A retreat potentially coming on through for the Falcons. I think he's hopped up onto the roof to keep himself a bit safer. Yeah, does manage to find that rooftop there. Bounces a nade perfectly in and hops straight back up, keeping himself nice and safe. This is brilliant footwork here from Ali. A nade in as well. Looks for another, but bursts a little bit too late. They're able to scatter in time. Another nade now answering over towards Ali, and finally he goes down. Clark into the fight as Hamzy steps up with the shotgun, but the team is starting to fall, and Falcons now down to their last player up top. Ragnar launches a last-ditch nade out towards Hamzy. Bounces high, doesn't get the damage.
Yeah, like Ragnar, has been a ragtag approach from the Falcons down towards that compound. It's tough to say the least for them in terms of just taking the 1v1 over and over. S2G fully commits to it, which is the right move. And now Brute Force actually hear this engagement. And surprisingly, Ragnar versus Brute Force out in the open behind a rock seems to get a lot more done versus an S2G who just flew up towards them. Brute Force may be saved by the bell here from S2G over towards the shots on Ragnar. That's from Marceau on S2G, which gives a little bit of time for Brute Force to maybe recuperate. Though I doubt they're getting Freezer back up again.
He's very, very low, and you can see he's almost down and out. I think that will be a flush, you're right. Getting taken away, although I haven't seen it pop up on the elimination feed unless I've missed it somewhere. But no, I think he's definitely down there. Either way, Brute Force going to be playing on with 3 on that eastern side. Trovo 2030 now. This is backs to the river on the north edge. They've got RCB further on in. Team Spirit, the Remnants. Remember, they have 2 players left. Playing out on the east edge there, and Na'Vi further across the way. They've moved up towards the north. Yusuf nailing the spray down onto Wild. No retribution either. Not even a tickle of damage seen. Silas wants to change that. Does get a little bit, but nothing more.
Trovo 2030 genuinely have played quite well over the past couple of days. It's nice to see. We're going down to 2 players is not ideal for them. They are holding their own. Next circle pops and it heads over towards the docks on the western side of Tambang. And Guild is fully headed over towards the pontoons. In comes a crash from Virtus Pro though. Marcelo gets taken down from a nice jump shot through the window, leaving RCB confused, dazzled by the displays coming through from Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro just sent over the cliff line, took Matic down on the way in, and now they've crashed onto the building. They've claimed the corner of this compound. They've pushed RCB aside. They've got Trovo 2030 to potentially deal with in their remnant tree. Bishgate moves in. They've got one more at the back to deal with. Silas goes down. Just emptying the clips there. And now it's just Trovo 2030's last player up on the north side. You've got Twisted Minds. They are on a ragtag too to try and find something as well on their western edge. But it's Guild, I think, over on the western side towards the coastline that maybe have one of the stronger positions here. Certainly the safest.
Yeah, like I was saying, those pontoons just, they're a little bit out of the way. It's sort of the coward's move, I would say, but it's going to keep them safe, right? I mean, right now it's the center of the circle, so there's no reason not to play that position. It's not going to afford them a lot of eliminations, but honestly, I don't mind that. Being a coward in this situation is probably the right move. There's going to be so many sightlines around this position to abuse over towards Guild that they have to just take comfort in the fact that they have center. They're not going to be able to do a lot with it until maybe stage 5.
IWNRX are looking to try and jump down in towards the ruins, but the nades from Na'Vi are just tearing them a new one. Look at that. They are churning through them. And now Frozen's left alone on that hill to the southeast side of IWNRX. Sorry, of Na'Vi. And they are not in this next zone. Vibes are going to go down in the meantime. Just Frozen remains. Na'Vi get 3 elimination points, and now the transition from Ruins will be at the forefront of their minds. But they've still got to worry about all of those teams up to the north. You've got so many players marauding around that area, and it's going to be such tough going for them. But AXA, not one to be bothered by such trivialities as enemy players, will run straight past them. And he gets shot.
At least Flip's able to get the instant retag over towards him, but yeah, it will be Kelsey taking down AXA there, flushing him out. I think for the Na'Vi players that AXA was moving out, because in this situation, you just have to run at the gunshots, right? You have to run where the gunfire is and try to do something with that. S2G goes down to just the 2 players, and potentially for Na'Vi now, this is their best hope, is to move out towards that north side, try and face off against S2G as well as Virtus Pro. Some great shots through the smoke there from Flip. I don't know how he predicted that.
Just reading those movements, teammates calling. He's into the smoke, spray across. Twisted Minds holding on the mouth of the bridge right now. And stopping Virtus Pro, stopping Trover 2030, and S2G kind of pressured on in on this northeast side. And all the while, Black Esports are profiting from this. It's Guild and Black Esports that I think are 2 of the strongest spots in this circle. As a roll-up from Zeus goes towards Enigma Galaxy. Eren already down. Rita quite low, but look at the damage that they've been able to inflict onto Enigma Galaxy. It is terminal as well. They are able to sweep them aside. 13th place with 1 elim for Enigma Galaxy.
And that's from the northern edge. They just swung straight past the bridge into this position. Enigma Galaxy really had no answer for it. In the meantime, there's still been some good shots coming out from Na'Vi over towards S2G, who were outside the circles. It forced them to move in. Now, Virtus Pro are suffering at the hands of S2G, now up to 10 eliminations. So, very successful game already for this team.
What you want to see. S2G mounting up, 2 in the vehicle, and a slow tumble over the ridgeline does manage to get them a little bit closer to safety, but not quite quick enough. Unfortunately, Marceau does go down there. Hamzy, now the last player to stand. Twisted Minds still taking that fight with S2G, and yeah, they will be caught in the crossfire. Shut down and out. S2G fall, and now Na'Vi have a little bit more breathing room. What can they do with it?
Yeah, they've cleared a lot of space for themselves, right? And they continue to be a menace. They haven't just sat idly by inside the ruins. They've been making a ruin of a lot of teams around them, just adding casualties to the mix, forcing unfavorable plays. Flip has a general idea of where Twisted Minds are playing, but I think is looking for the death crates right now to get a little bit of a resupply. Yep, that makes sense to me. It is a bold play, but he does have Lemon in front of him, holding out. Calls back to his teammates, the kind of things that are in here, so maybe they can come across, pick up some for themselves. But overall, yeah, nice move from Flip. Understand that Twisted Mind's not likely to continue to peek over that side.
A calculated risk taken, and it's paid off.
Yeah, you'll need this util.
Definitely. Look at all the nades he's now got. 5 HEs, 3 smokes. Getting across this open ground from ruins. Unlikely that you need to invest. Well, unlikely.
Hello?
It just sits down and just takes that spray. That is such bold performance from Flip. And what less would you expect from one of the tournament leading players? Toshpik wants to get the shots onto default, but Flip is just the sentinel for RV. You cannot peek this guy. It's just not going well.
It's really good, actually. I mean, for Flip, it totally makes sense as well, in the sense that, you know, they were just staring at him, maybe waiting for the team shot. But if he can get shots off beforehand, force out a first aid kit, that gives time for his teammates to move. But the actual, like, domino, like the chain link coming through from Na'Vi has been really good. Each move been very calculated and timed very correctly, where any scrap of opportunity, they're working off the back of it. Shots over to IWNRX as well on Frozen, that was coming up through ruins. We'll take him out and the rest of the boys on IWNRX. But yeah, for Na'Vi, what a start for them. Lemon will go down, though. He was the outpost over towards that north side, looking towards Twisted Minds, who, again, between Robs and Lord, they've had a strong hold up here. With the 2 players, they've done a lot from this position.
Vibes looking to charge up the west coastline there. 77 further down. A lot of terrain cover up to the north side against Guild, and it's sent us straight onto Zeus. I think now is the time where Guild could be a little bit more bold, right? You said maybe the Cowards play was the way to go. I think that now it needs to reverse itself. Let's take a little bit more control towards those buildings in the center, or at least move closer to them. Maybe into nade range and start bombarding Zeus out of that central area. 77 spotted down in the water by Vibes, and they'll be happy to pick those points up.
Easy pickings for him, honestly. Soko moves far, far away. Good nade from Flip over towards Toshpik on Black. They're really the only targets they're causing problems at the moment for Na'Vi. Flip can back this off down the hill, but the circle is moving in. Shots from the side of us towards Kakali causes problems, and Black Esports once again have to hit the deck as Default continues to pressure them a little bit more. Damn, needs to use his first aid kit now.
Cannot peek out again there. It's just unlikely that you win that trade. They spot Flip going up. This might be the end for Na'Vi, but they've still managed to get 6 eliminations up into 7th place. So far from a losing match for them, but still, maybe not what they would have hoped. Sunk in the ruins. A decent game on the cards. Now turning our attention over towards the rest of the teams available. Zeus, most central. Guild had 4 until just a moment ago where we saw that spray down. They're on to 3 players alive now. So it's a very winnable game for any of these teams, potentially. I mean, even Poser could find something miraculous out on the southeast side if the teams start to take one another down. But Guild still have the numbers. They're 3 strong, and nobody else has that advantage.
77 getting picked apart a little bit here by Vibes. I'm still surprised Zeus was able to make this crash over towards this compound, and little to anyone kind of reacted in the area, but it makes sense between Vibes and Guild, who have been some of the quietest teams in the lobby for quite a while now. Again, for Na'Vi, I think that's a strong game. The shift away from him was rough, and I think they always expected to sort of lose out coming from Ruins. I was genuinely surprised they got as far as they did from that position, kind of holding off quite a few squads, so they had to put pressure on a lot of teams in a lot of different locations, which is why they were split out so much. 5 teams remaining. Black Esports hoping to get a show in towards that top 3. Guild will have to move up towards the wall side where Dexo's currently playing, and that's Twisted Minds actually taking a knock there from Poser along the way.
This is a little bit of a change of pace for us. These are teams you don't generally see towards final circles. So it's good to see what they've got in the back pocket here. Another nade in from Mozero. Pops the nade forwards, gets that flush, doesn't quite get a knock as well in the meantime. Guild have got 1 player in the circle in Exo, and Zero trying to regroup up, but it's tough to make that decision, that move. Twisted Minds moving over this hillside might descend into it. A big nade over on the backlines as Vibes get blasted apart by Zeus. They're holding that central area, and Darkin nearly takes Mazara's head off.
Rob sends in the nade, it's good. We'll find the first over towards Guild. And that's practically all of them, I think. Mostly down there. Guild out from a surprising wrap coming through from Twisted Minds. Nice nade from Mozero to start things off, but it's Twisted Minds once again starting to pop between Robs and Lord. To 9 eliminations so far. A quick spray pops him off the res. And now it's a 2v2, John. Did not expect this.
But Zeus have already got a player down. Darkin has to invest the time to go for the res. That means that Twisted Minds could take the favorable positions on the outside here. They don't technically need to push this, but they want to put pressure onto the knock, which is the right call. They go for that flush, and now Darkin is a little bit freed up to try and make something work. With this 1 versus 2, if you can isolate an angle with that DBS, it will go your way. Knows the players are on the inside now. Robs is there over the windowsill, spots him with that 3rd-person advantage, and he hops up for 1. Lord was not with him for that refrag, and Darkin may have just been able to take this back into control for Zeus. Lord around the edge now, and there's no retribution. There's no meds ticking him up, but he's got those stims, but not going to opt to go for it just yet, Blank.
Yeah, it's just absolutely... That's a flashbang back. Yeah, the support there coming through from Lord just not ideal with Robs inside the building. Blows away the doorway. Another smoke pin pulled, trying to bait out the move away, just in case he's got a nade. But you'd have thought if he's got a nade, he would have used it by now. So Law's just going to hold the angle, which is a smart thing to do.
on the outside, spray down across the way from Lord, emptying the magazine, 5 bullets left, but the reload is allowed in. Darkin suppresses him back, Lord with the back to the blue, fights out, and it is Twisted Minds to take control. They were destitute, 2 players on that northern shore for so long, but everybody else could not make it either, and in the end, it was beautiful to see them rolling back on in. A chicken dinner for Twisted Minds. And again, this is a team that has had some troubles over the last few days. Good to see them pull down a win.
Yeah, honestly, between Robs and Lord, that's a win they shouldn't have had, right? They tore through 4 teams that were all on a reasonable player count of 3. The fact they were able to just move through on that north side and get down towards the south makes little to no sense to me at all. So, yeah, very well played from Twisted Minds to make that work. And again, it's a bit of a comeback from Twisted Minds. We said this is a team that had a bit of identity crisis, but now they're having this journey where they find themselves here at the PMSL EMEA, and it's best they do that right now in week 1. So in week 2 and week 3 they can continue to perform, put up those league point rankings for themselves to give themselves a better chance into the finals and get to the finals as well.
Twisted Minds, I mean, they closed down yesterday fairly strong. The first Miramar, they were able to get a nice big chicken dinner. Now they managed to get another chicken dinner today. It looks like they may be starting to find their feet. Most eliminations goes over to Robs. Na'Vi as well put up a respectable tally of, I think it was 7 or 8 points or something like that in from that Ruins position, which maybe could have got a little bit more out of, but 7 points on the match, you're going to be pretty okay with that, especially given what they've been able to perform with previously. And a smile from AXA for the most grenade eliminations.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. But for Twisted Minds, 1230 damage, 160 healing, little done in that game. They played it out very quietly, but also managed to squeeze 11 eliminations out of it, which is very damn good from Twisted Minds. Again, Lord is a really good player who we wanted to see more out of. I think he was left out of the limelight a little bit, but now it's shone directly on him. It was somewhat unfortunate they didn't play as a duo towards the end there, John. But I think Lord was hoping to catch the run out on the back, which makes sense to me, in which case Robs could have reacted from the inside. Instead, Robs goes for a bit of an aggressive play, let's say. But Zeus and Vibes making it into a 2nd and 3rd place with 14 and 13 points. With Twisted Minds, it takes home the 21, which is juicy.
I got 11 eliminations as well, mostly just as a duo. They managed to pick up so many points in those final moments. Great to see. Great to see. Team Spirit denied access to the circle, playing on 1 point. Nobody got 0 this match, so everybody gets something. But I feel like 1 is a little bit more insulting than 0 in some of these cases. You'll take it. You'll take it. Na'Vi were able to hold off quite decently, but just got so scrappy. Guild as well. I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't try and take control of the center of this circle a little bit earlier on. They had that priority position to just leapfrog in and take it away from Zeus.
Yeah, the thing is with Guild is sort of how I expected this to go down, right? They did not want any involvement in any fights, and this is typically how Guild has played through a lot of their games, which is, a little bit on the backlines. I think at some point you just have to kind of say we ball and just go for some shots, go for some aggressive plays, and try and take that central compound, which they just didn't.
Absolutely, they did so pretty effectively. Nigma Galaxy, not going to be able to... Sorry, not Nigma Galaxy. I was fooled by Lord and Ralph, but no. Sorry, Lord and Coops. There we go. That's who I was thinking of. It was Twisted Minds in the end who got the chicken dinner. I'll learn the teams for the next match. Let's go to a break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Twisted Minds able to sneak away a chicken dinner in that last match over on Sanhok. It got a little bit hectic over towards the west side of Ruins, but Twisted Minds were able to maintain a cool, calm, collected approach to it, pick up 11 eliminations to complement that chicken dinner as well. We are going to be heading into our first Erangel of the day, as everybody still has their sights set over towards Na'Vi. Twisted Minds have closed that gap a little bit, but it is still 160 on Na'Vi, down to 90 on Twisted Minds. That's still a 70-point gap between first and, well, the next highest competing team today. Fireflux still a little bit ahead of that, I think. 120 for them.
Yeah, I think that there's a few teams here who have done fairly well and are continuing to push themselves up. And this is probably the best day to push yourself further up the rankings, with a lot of the teams that were sat behind Na'Vi not playing. So for Twisted Minds, I think this is a fantastic opportunity for them. Currently sat in third place after that last game at 90 points. I do want to see a full force Twisted Minds towards an end game and do well off the back of that. But it does feel like they're putting the reps even after the games in terms of what can they do different, what did they do wrong. And it's actually very nice to have a team that does have star-studded players on side that do make mistakes early. Being able to fix those mistakes early in a format like this, very, very important. So getting it all out of the system, day 1 and day 2, perfect. But also having some generally okay games. That's been the case for Twisted Minds, leaving them up at 90 points now. So I do hope that this continues throughout the rest of the day. Then again, Na'Vi weren't in that end game, so that definitely allowed other teams to potentially not get sniped from halfway across the map by Flip.
Yeah, the guy's a terror. You unleash him on a lobby, everybody's going to be cowering down behind those ridge lines. No one dares to peek him. I mean, you saw what he did, right, in that transition phase that they had in Ruins in that last map. He was completely, almost solo, just protecting his entire team on that maneuver, spraying down anybody who peeks them. It was really quite spectacular. Oh, dear, though. Unfortunately, Na'Vi have lost a player. That's a difficult scenario. They've dropped over towards Novo. I think that's Brute Force that are right next door to them. And they have lost Lemon from the roster. And Brute Force going to be very happy to have taken a player down, not only from the team that's next to them, but specifically from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi here, it's an interesting one, because the Brute Force drops around this area, and also it's a case where there's a ton of vehicles here that you want to be able to pick up. So the fight for those vehicles is going to be mad. You can see here it was in fact for the buggy spawn. The Lemon tried to sneak away from the guys on brute force, and now Na'Vi in a bit of a pickle because they don't really have any ability to leave. Likely, unless there's some miraculous behavior coming through from Na'Vi, this should be a full team wipe, I'd imagine.
With that off angle, they've managed to establish off in the distance. You can see Freezer there moving into such a great position to suppress here. The VSS, I mean, may be able to deal with it, but obviously not the ideal weapon for the scenario. Oh dear, that could have been one more round to the shoulder and it would have clapped him back, but no, gets away. Judo can survive. Neos, though, full HP, pre-pod on the off angle there. Default burns away an entrance, slows things down. Na'Vi still trying to keep control. As Neos turns the corner, it's only the VSS to face. And I mean, it is automatic, but it's only got 10 rounds. It's low caliber, really difficult to hold this angle. And yeah, it's not a surprise that Default goes down there. Will fall out. And there's the second of a potential squad wipe that you were predicting.
Yeah, I just think it's the fact that they have no escape route, right? And for Na'Vi, they just have to sort of sit here and be dunzoed. So for brute force, pretty easy. Couple of eliminations coming their way, which will pad the scoring, which is great news for them. The rest of the squad's looking over towards the western side of the map right now, where we did have our circle pop over towards Gatka. I think the majority of our angle circles recently have been more over towards that eastern side or littering down towards Sosnovka. This time around playing over towards the mossy fields on that western edge, with Zeus sidling on past Enigma Galaxy, currently playing in Pachinki. Completely different team, but inheriting all of Enigma Galaxy's spots. It's kind of an easy deal for the players.
Brute force rolling out wide. Axo wants to step up, go for the peaks. The shots aren't quite connecting onto him. He's able to keep it a little bit fancy there. He'll stay alive for just a little bit longer, but there's a nade being cooked by Prepod. It goes up nice and high onto the stairwell. Axa looks for a brilliant spray with the micro Uzi down the staircase. Has the M4 as well if he can hold it off now, but it's just not going to happen. Prepod surges up the stairs. They know that they're drawing that attention away. Now it's just Flip. 1 versus 3. Well, nearly, as Chudo's going to heal on up. He's running forwards with them. 1 versus 4 then for Flip on Na'Vi. Can he do it? There's a player in this lobby that can. It's going to be this guy. But up the stairs he goes for 1. Spray down. Gets the knock. Finds a second. Maybe looking for more. Has a nade. But doesn't. Sorry, just a smoke there. Pushes down and goes for a spray onto Prepod, but it's not going to work out. Chudo's super low. Prepod's low as well. He's got a first aid. And look how low they all are. Axa's still there in the wings, but Flip as well. High and dry. A low HP bar. And on an off angle, there's Neos full on the HP, but Flip will go down. I thought something special was about to happen there on the staircase, but we'll not even find 2 knocks there, unfortunately. Trovo, in the meantime, handling Zeus.
Yeah, for Trovo, not a bad start for them, but for Na'Vi getting crumpled on. Still, Flip put up a very, very good result for himself. Almost took brute force down to an awkward number, like 3 or 2. Nomi's consistently running himself over. Not sure what's going on over there. Kitsune gets taken out, and I think Team Spirit are done again, with Enigma Galaxy catching them out on their rotate. Dear me.
It's hard not to be incredibly critical of Team Spirit in this scenario. A replay on Coops, just popping shell after shell into Black Esports. Give him the pan treatment. Cooks him up. But as I was saying, I think it's very hard right now to not be incredibly critical of Team Spirit. This is absolutely short of the mark that we expect from them. We talk a lot about how this is a team that can download strats and really come through with something incredibly strong, but we're now into their 3rd day of games, right? This week has been a massive bust for these guys. They cannot allow that to continue. If they do, it's at risk as to whether they even make it to well, certainly to the top 6 and maybe even to the finals, but I think there may be 4 other teams that might take that spot away from them. Zeus is continuing to get pushed back by Trovo 2030. But yeah, Team Spirit, disappointing.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, I'm a little bit worried for them at this point. Let's put it that way. It's not going ideally for them. And again, I think for Team Spirit, this is where we can kind of comfortably say, because we've given them the 2-day test, right? We've given them the 2-day test, which is, do they changed things up onto day 3, where they've had day 1 to figure things out, day 2 made some changes, those days don't work, and then you come into day 3, if it's still all going wrong, there's a deeper core problem to solve. So I think for Team Spirit, something potentially needs to change, because when Team Spirit is on fire, they look incredible. But right now there is an issue either with the drops or the rotations, and that's not something that can be easily solved overnight. Likely going to be a week 2 thing, but you know, going down to where they currently are in 10th place, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you know, if this continues, it's only going to get them into a bad position later on in terms of the league ranking points.
Yeah, and not only the league ranking points, but also the PMGC points as well, because remember, they're competing with IWNRX for that top spot, but right now IWNRX on 80, they're on 45. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for them on that front. So again, another avenue potentially cut off for them. But IWNRX, though, going to be pretty happy about this. If they can waylay Team Spirit, that's certainly a good news occurrence for them. On the western side, they get a huge shift over towards Quarry. Look at that circle go. It is rapid over to that western side. And IWNRX now with massive priority onto some really strong areas of this next circle. Yeah,
again, for IWNRX, this is a game that they like to do well in. I mean, they haven't done badly at all. Currently 80 points. I've been fairly impressed with IWNRX. Hasn't been as stompy as we've seen them in the past. But I think just in terms of a benchmark of a good team, I would say, you know, you could easily place IWNRX in a tier just below Na'Vi and Fireflux right now. I think they'd be happy to be in that position. Twisted Minds, they lose Lord. His effect assaults that building. Nade goes through, but effects on the other side. Bounces off the window. Could be a decent nade over towards him, but it is cooked a little bit short.
Effect trying to give off a bigger presence than maybe he currently has, as Coops trying to pull off something similar. Neither player wanted to go down just yet. 3 eliminations already for Twisted Minds. We saw them able to handle business before. Brute Force yet to leave Military Island from the south edge. They will have to get across, and luckily no one's in the way on the bridge. No one's camping it on that southeast side. A lot of teams have already made their way in. I think it's the next circle that is going to give us a little bit more action. So I'm looking towards that stage 4 to be a real pop-off area. RCB on the eastern side may be the team that has the most conflict, certainly in the next couple of minutes, with S2G further on into them. And you've also got Vibes and the last players of Black Esports as well coming in from this eastern edge. So potential for RCB to be a little bit more action-packed than the rest of the lobby for now.
Yeah, again, I mean, those two teams in Vibes as well as Black Esports, I mean, holding each other out here, in my opinion, is a bit of a silly endeavor, but it's just Lewis, realistically, last player alive, gets the pump shot to the face into an M4 to the back, which strikes hard and fast, and they'll get their other player back up again in Mozero, and they'll get on their bike and get moving, because they do have a long journey to move towards, so maybe a quick pit stop and go. For the rest of the teams at the moment, you're looking over towards this grouping. It is towards the center of the map, which sits alongside the ridge towards the eastern side of Quarry. A few good compounds around there that you can play in. IWNRX has one of my favorite spots towards that north side. It does encompass a large area and you can't always hold the compounds there, but there is a 3-story which gives you nice line of sight towards that end game.
Brute Force heading into the east side. Guild swinging down that west coast road. We'll be getting into this next circle. Let's see where it pops. It's just about to come in. You can see Vibes now approaching on this east edge. We saw Brute Force going further out on that east bridge rather than the west bridge, so they'll be coming in behind that down to the east side. So it gets rid of Quarry as a factor, keeps a lot of the buildings in to the east side of it, though. A lot of those compounds will be there. That ridgeline, the tree-covered ridgeline on the south side of this, and a lot of the open fields on the southwest edge of Pachinki, leaving the hills that surround this area to be a lot of open combat on the menu for a lot of these teams moving forwards. IWNRX in their spot, again, controls so much of the approach to that area.
Yeah, again, this is an interesting circle that heads over towards that eastern side. A lot of the fielded area. And for IWNRX, it's a tough decision to make, right? Do you hold in this position, try and edge guard over towards that northwest side, or do you try and get more center? But that means moving out of safety and into open ground. You'd like to have to fight for some of those positions that are already taken up. And RCB has got really good end of the deal, John. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they are going to be pretty happy to be able to move over to those buildings that sit just overlooking the fields down to the south side. They are going to have such a good time there. The hills out to the west edge may prove to be tricky, but they've already got that foothold there in the form of Loxy, potentially looking to regroup Silas out there as well. Brute Force moving in could clip the wings of RCB, though, if they allow a player to get spotted, to get caught out, and potentially Silas will be. Is he going to take shots? I think he's waiting for his team to call that they've got angles on it, and certainly hasn't given his position away. The buggy is hidden, but in comes Freezer. He's going to start to hear these steps moving around. The gunshots ring out. Freezer immediately 180. Spin down the hill, out of the vehicle, ready for the fight. Pre-pod further away, but ready to back it up. Silas, I think you just want to fully disengage here, regroup over towards the rest of the team, look for a foothold over to the hills on potentially on a 2-2 split. If you want to hold off against Brute Force, though, you play 4 in the compound.
I think for Brute Force, they do have some players in the back there who are scouting out over towards Vibes, John. That's exactly what they're doing. They see Mozarov in the distance, and they've got to make a tough decision for themselves, because moving up towards that north side, that is fully belted off by IWNRX, Trovo 2030. You've even got RCB over towards that side as well. One player is moving over towards the compound that S2G is holding.
On the south side, Hamzy, the last player for S2G. Spray from Zadira towards Falcons. This west side starting to get very, very aggressive now and moving into zone 4. We are trimming these teams away. All of this open ground, forcing everybody into conflict. I'm really interested to see who crashes into that Twisted Mind / Team Spirit last-ditch compound, because right now it's slap bang in the center. Look at that shift. It's gone all the way over there, so someone's going to pull that trigger, and they are going to find a favorable scenario. Is it going to be Brute Force? Are they going to shimmy on past the rest of the teams on the east side? Maybe Vibes or Guild just go for a mad dash into the middle? Or is it going to be someone closer by, like IWNRX transitioning down to the southeast?
It is funny because at this point in time, both Twisted Minds and Team Spirit both have to puff out the chest, pretend to be a lot larger than they currently are in those two long houses to sway teams away from them, because if a crash does come through, they're doomed. They're absolutely doomed, and they're likely going to have to work together here to keep teams off their back, which is very, very funny. And honestly, if Twisted Minds and Team Spirit make it far to the end of the game, I will be both impressed and happy for both of them.
A deal must be struck between enemies in times of need. The enemy of all the other enemies might just be your friend in this scenario. Coops and Effect. Potential truce for the time being. Virtus Pro out on the southwest side, going to have to fight through Guild, although Guild are quite downhill here. They don't have too much to be going with, except for Zero on this high ground. Virtus Pro could potentially exploit this nice and effectively, but Zero repositions away. Maybe looking to pick up another player, and now Guild are allowed to establish more positions on the outside. But they are just moving away from this scrap up towards that hill on the side. I like where they've gone now. I think they could have gone there a little bit before, but either way, it's going to work out against them, and Bishke goes down to a nade. Wagner didn't expect that, but he's going to pull the pin on another one, try and get the flush.
Dude, what is Zero doing administering the adrenaline shot as well? And that gives him the speed up to get into the compound and escape. In the meantime, you got Wagner as well as GG not GG saying to themselves, that looked like a bad situation. Let's throw ourselves into it.
All of that gunfire. I love some of that. Over into the fight. Bishke is still down. Zero still low. Ooh, nice high flash there. Onto Koa. He's recovered. His ear's still ringing a little bit, though. Nade over the top doesn't connect. Virtus Pro being slowed down by Bishke's knock. Icy moving forwards in the buggy. Enigma Galaxy yet to fully commit to going for a scrap on this, to try and go for the roll-up. Instead, they're going further north. Nade over from Virtus Pro to find another player from Guild. There goes Icy with the off angle, and Zero soon to follow. Just Exo remains now for them. Another nade to look for the flushes, and Guild finally have their position taken away from them, but at the cost of Bishke. That was a cheeky little step out and flush from Guild.
Yeah, I mean, the way Guild played that out, it was fighting a beast backed into a corner for Virtus Pro. I don't think they expected the backlash that came through so quickly. In the meantime, it's RCB who is slowly working their way across from that eastern side to S2G's position. And again, Twisted Minds, Team Spirit, both did a good job, you know, pretending that they are the biggest pigeon out of all of them in this lobby.
They are strutting around.
Yeah, no one trying to get too close. I think Falcon's kind of the false positive for a lot of teams at the moment. It's like, well, they didn't crash that. It must be dangerous over there.
Yeah, Pigeons versus Falcons again. Huge priority on that compound. Someone has to crash it now, right? This fight on the northeast side concludes, and either S2G, RCB, or Brute Force goes in for it. I feel like it has to go through. Enigma Galaxy, they have actually regrouped. Is that a shack that they've regrouped onto? Coops goes in for some shots towards them. Enigma Galaxy, we're going to take a knock there. So they're going to think that there's a team in this compound. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? You see these shots come out. You see players in there. You see at least 2 movements coming on through. And you think, well, that's the entirety of that compound locked down. We're just going to try and hide in this shack around you. And the more teams think that, the safer it becomes.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they have done a good job of just taking some pot shots here and there, but not too much in the meantime. In comes Hazel. Does get put to bed by Wash. Good start for him, but he's so incredibly low. He's going to have to hit some hella shots to make this one happen. Luckily, Hazel does not get flushed. It's only Loxy to go down. The circle continues to send her up over towards Twisted Minds and Team Spirit, whereas there is a bunch of battles going out on the outside of these circles. Some hella shots coming through from Trovo 2030 over towards Brute Force. Those are long range from Yusuf.
RCB down to 3, Brute Force on 2, but they are going to start to run out now. S2G, I think they got taken down in the thick of it on the northeast side. I said the team that would come out on top of this northeast side might be able to go for the crash, but they're looking like they've been dismantled just a little bit, maybe too much there, as Azel's the next up on the menu for Brute Force. Freezer does get flushed away. Neos has the nade, pulls the pin. First aid popping on through, and that's right over towards the res. Is it going to be a re-knock? Goes a little bit long, goes a little bit off the mark. That next nade rolls on in, blasts the cover out the way, takes Silas straight back down. Wild taken almost by the second, and this is beautiful from Neos. He's still got one more nade in the pocket, knows where Azel is, launches it forwards. Is it going to roll all the way? Is it going to force the peak? Silas gets flushed out, and nobody on this north side is going to have a good time going for a crash. This gets safer and safer for Twisted Minds and for Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is such a weird game right now. IWNRX runs down Koa in the vehicle as they spread over towards the ridge side on that western edge. 77's got a big task ahead of them. Neos takes a bunch of damage, but it's a nice off angle that's set up by RCB. I think they played that fight out very nicely, continuing to spread out as a bombardment of nades came through. They didn't want to confirm onto any of them. Trovo 2030 battling off against 77, who've been fairly quiet so far in these games, but a good shot from Zed Wolf, of all players, on that high ground towards the south side of the map. Will flush out onto Shifu as well. And they're desperate to get inside this building, but they need more knocks off the back of these nades.
With sanity prevailing, IWNRX should win this match. What a nade in through the window from Zadira. Puts another one over towards Cattell as well, and it's beautiful. Doesn't even need to see him. Trovo 2030 taken down by 77. 2 players on this northern flank. Falcons, oh my god, you cannot be serious. This could not be more central onto this compound. But this might finally force a crash onto this position. IWNRX, the only team with 4 players alive. As I said, if sanity prevails, they should be able to take this one down fairly convincingly. No one else has a real good outside rotatable position. They have high ground oversight onto all of these fields around them. And there's nobody really, even if they don't think that it's true, in the compounds further down the hill that can take them out. Enigma Galaxy potentially could change that, but Vibes are going to get cut down in the open field on the south side. I just think IWNRX should be able to take this one down as long as they hold their nerve.
Yeah, the problem is moving off towards that north side, and it's actually amusing because Falcons completely ruined the game of 77 in the same exact spot where IWNRX is playing, where they just played up towards this north side and prevented them from moving back up towards the north, and then there was the backstab that came through from where 77 are currently playing. Nice nade from Team Spirit.
way.
I think that takes down the entirety of
No
Enigma
way.
Galaxy. What was that?
Oh my god, a nade in from effect. And that is, you're right, it's the entirety of Enigma Galaxy. Team Spirit are up to 5 eliminations. They're into a top 6 now. So are Twisted Minds. IWNRX starting to rack it up as well. Vibes cut out on the southeast side. A lot more maneuverability afforded to IWNRX now. RCB, they're going to have to try and rotate down towards the south. Maybe trying to crash on towards that position. Enigma Galaxy held. You can see Azel getting sprayed down at range. Will make it to a hay bale. The vehicle's going to go up. He has to poke his ankles out to get the angle on it. Can't be too happy about that. And the knock forced into harm's way there. Zedwolf will pull him out. Another beautiful set of shots coming on through. Goodness me. Okay. All right. I see you, Zedwolf. You're still pretty strong. I get it.
This is unbelievable work. I think Team Spirit just takes down the rest of RCB, if I'm not mistaken. Some good shots that come through.
That was IWNRX that just
IWNRX get those shots. I mean, those shots going through from Team Spirit. But this is a real fist bump between the two players from Twisted Minds and Team Spirit at the moment. They're working hand in hand to lock this location down for that legendary battle, which will occur in the end game. This is the tough push-up now for IWNRX out in the open. And 77's got great eye lines on this.
Into the valley. Spray down from range. Falcons are chiming into the fight. They've got 3 players. I think if IWNRX go down, it's Falcons next to take up the mantle of potentially strongest position.
I don't think you can call it at this point, honestly. I really don't think you can.
I think Coops wins this.
Honestly, you can't call it. It's really difficult. It's been a really weird game where it's very hard to find out who's going to win this one. And it could be a strange ending that not a lot of people would expect here. The shots are still coming through from 77. Next circle will pop. IWNRX desperately needs a southern circle here to push 77 off this high ground. It's the only way, but it just centers up. It will take 77 off those buildings, though, which is magnificent and keeps the majority of the players in the circle.
I wonder how close Falcons are to the edge here. They're right on that border, right? If they can keep that wall in, they will survive for a little bit longer. But the runouts are going to get so much harder if they bide their time. I think Coops might just have a team rock up onto his building in the coming moments here. Teams are going to, as the player numbers drop, teams are going to start to get confused as to why it doesn't make any sense in terms of the player numbers inside this compound. I think at some point, people are going to figure it out. There are just lone soldiers inside those buildings, right? Because the maths just doesn't add up at some point. Kind, spray down, Magnum, rocking up. This is a challenge for effect. Close range, he holds it off. And will be able to get that spray down. Another Elim goes over towards Team Spirit, and Effect survives the first onslaught.
The best thing for Effect there is he gets a resupply, which he really did need, honestly. IWNRX, they're going to watch out for the next set of player coming down. It is Zadira. No bullets go through. Opt to go over towards Coops' building. You're still not going to have a good time. Drops out the vehicle, and it will be the more damage that comes through. This is wild stuff. Now nades starting to pour on over towards Effect's building. It's got the DPS, though. The perfect weapon to deal with this. Tons of smokes going in. Falcons have played this game very passively.
This is an incredible result for Twisted Minds and for Team Spirit, no matter what happens here. Twisted Minds, they've got 3 Elims, but Team Spirit have got 6. See if we can rack up 1 or 2 more, because Kine and Frozen moving in now, trying to get some pressure on. They think there's more to deal with here than perhaps they're aware of. Kine bounces the nade through. Effect running on over. Are they going to share this building? I don't think so. It's finally popping off between these two. The DPS and Coops wins the draw. Quicker on it with the shoulder peek on the right-hand angle. Will be able to win through, but now in comes the Falcons. Is it going to be all curtains here? Ragnar and Park going to look to move in through the door. Can he fight them off against one another and come out smelling a rose? It's here. Park launching an A towards the back. Coops is close. I don't think they know that he's in this vestibule. He steps out, and they'll know now because Park's just fallen down. Coops can just fade away to the upstairs here and stay out of it. Maybe to come back and strike back later.
Yeah, this is the kind of fight where essentially you're trying to force Falcons into one another. Falcons can't really push up the stairs right now. They'd love to get rid of Coops, but they're far too worried about the guys up on top. I think they think IWNRX is trying to push through this building. I mean, they think it's one of the players from IWNRX on the 4-man. It would make sense for it to be a 4-man, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, it depends how much the IGL's brains are ticking overtime right now. Calculation-wise, you might be able to figure this one out if you're Team Falcons or if you're IWNRX. That there's more going on than maybe meets the eye. And Coops can just hide. Coops can just bide his time. IWNRX still on the back foot. Getting a nade over towards Kine. Falcons giving themselves the advantage. Getting that res off, really important. Coops couldn't get that flush. Too much of a risk.
Yeah, they're not pushing forward because they know there's a player inside their building. Goes for the airburst. And a fair few more will be coming over the top now. They know they're playing the upstairs of the building. And goes far. Pretty nice. Does tag. I think it tags all three, in fact.
Ooh. Park lines it up with a nice little lean out there for the spray down, merely finding a second, but takes it a bit too much damage for his liking. A nade goes up high, goes long towards Ali's feet, but he dodges out the side. Kine, another up high. Ali peeking around the low angle now. They're more worried about the rooftops as they go long with these nades. Another spray to try and close Kine out of this one, but it's not going to work. The nades, I think, have dried up for Falcons, but not for Kine. He launches his last from the pocket, nearly takes Park down. A lot of damage, and his Coop's still going. He's on the inside, and he's got more to play for, but finally sprayed down, and madness finally over. It's IWNRX versus Falcons. The resing coming through for both of these rosters. Can they get the healing done?
Yeah, both teams suffering the knocks here. But this high ground is kind of the big thing for the Falcons at the moment. The fact that they've been able to set up here early on is really huge for them. Question is whether they have the meds. They weren't able to secure that knock and flush over towards Frozen, so he's back up on his feet.
Swain has the nade. The blue zone does not favor IWNRX. He cannot bide his time now. Ragnar goes low. Beautiful 1-2 punch from the nade. Swain, half HP, looking for some healing now. Ali still up on the high ground, launching up and over. We'll try and get that flush. Perfectly placed to find Ragnar. 3 players for IWNRX. Ali and Park now. Last 2 standing for Team Falcons. Kine crossing those nades over, making sure that they can't be pushed, but forcing himself to actually take a wide peek through it, trying to put those nades through the gaps. They know these buildings well. Frozen, up, down, playing whack-a-mole through the window. Park with the baton, smashes it back, but he's now trapped in the corner, can't get away from it, and it is going to be IWNRX to wrestle this match back into control. Sanity engaged, Twisted Minds and Team Spirit swept aside, and IWNRX claim a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, that was an awkward game for them. I mean, it could have gone wrong at any moment for IWNRX, and it really is just the difference maker being the amount of nades that they were able to take with them into those final moments. What a fun game. What a fun game from IWNRX, though. And again, for Team Spirit and Twisted Minds, getting a result that was very unlikely. Let's put it that way. A very unlikely result for them. They managed to pull off. And Na'Vi, again, going down fairly early. Maybe just giving a little handicap to themselves, realistically. You know, letting some other teams have some points in this series.
Sitting there like a baron atop their horde, asking for tribute from all the surrounding players. This is how Team Spirit lost the majority of their players. See a rotation out in the open. Effect able to win out a lot of that fight. But one couldn't quite get the rest of it done, unfortunately. Nades were traded, but I mean, the crowning jewel of that match was just this pretense that there was actually a full team inside that compound for so long. Getting up into 3rd place for Coops is miraculous.
Yeah, I think he did really well. And I mean, I think it was sort of a moment of surprise coming through from Effect. Because I think he assumed that Coots would still be playing upstairs, but Coots makes a very good decision to drop down to the lower floor. I'm not sure if either side were both surprised in that moment. It's just Coops that pulls the trigger first on that one, whereas Effect's got his eyes wide, like, what are you doing down here? But yeah, they play very well together. And that's one of those few situations where teamwork is key between two separate teams, right? You're not working together in terms of collusion side of things, but you're working together in a very bad situation, which you know neither are going to benefit from trying to crash into one another's buildings. You're better off just taking shots, the separate teams coming in and trying to live that one out. So it's mutually beneficial for both those squads, and Team Spirit as well as Twisted Minds. You can see here, Effect, most eliminations, highest damage, and highest grenade eliminations with that fat one he sent over towards the guys on Enigma Galaxy, which was stupid with 2 O's.
I do really want to know how much damage that single nade did, because that was onto 3 players, right? Getting knocks very, very quickly. He posted it straight through the shack, and they were all in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I wonder how much of that damage actually came from just that one nade.
I mean, if the full HP, just the 300, right? 300 total, or he just flushes all of them out. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? What a game, though. What a game. Team Spirit, again, not an impressive match. Impressive from Effect, let's say, but not the match that they're currently looking for. And it's another one of those games where I think that they do kind of well, where they get to the end game, but it's not a game that you feel exceptionally proud about.
Imagine if they were actually a full 4 in that compound, right? Because everybody believed that they were a four-player team. If you're in that compound as actually a 4-player team, that is, you're right, an easy dub. So if they'd have made it in there, they'd have made it work like it did, you're right, absolutely could have been a brilliant game for them, but they get cut out, they don't make the moves at the right time potentially, and they can't quite find the opening, which is unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes, unfortunately for them. Fortunate though, the Effect can do what he did. Miraculous turn of events. Brute Force, 5 eliminations, that eastern side, very, very tricky. A lot of open ground casualties. Those fields around the area that we finished up was really, really treacherous.
Yeah, it's not an easy place to play, and I think for IWNRX the game gets progressively harder as we go on. If it wasn't for the fact that IWNRX has so much free reign over on the north side of that ridge for so long, they're able to hold on to what felt like just barrels upon barrels of utility in terms of smokes, nades, flashbangs. That game, they don't win it. They absolutely don't win it. And I think Falcons had a few moments where they could have changed the tide, especially with that knock on towards Frozen. Being unable to finish off that flush really hurt them.
Yeah, that lack of nades to be able to put them just behind in the right position did not go well, unfortunately, in those closing moments. Really nice manipulation of the buildings there by IWNRX to be able to close it down for a chicken dinner on our first airing. We've got another one coming up for you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
We're being treated to some proper games. Oh, I don't know where I was going with that. Some pretty great games, I think it's safe to say, from the last few matches. That final moments. I mean, seems like Twisted Mind's prayers have been answered on that final closing section. They were able to get up to 3rd place with Coops playing solo. An alliance struck in the midst of battle with Team Spirit to hold off everybody moving towards that compound. And a nice result for both of those two teams, where all did seem lost for quite a while, but fortunate to be able to turn things around. I think Falcons, it was probably the most disappointing for them. They could have gone a lot further. Like you were saying before, they got that knock. They just couldn't convert.
Yeah, I think for the Falcons, it's one of those situations where it could have gone very differently. It was a passive game for them, though. There was a lot of opportunities to third party over towards 77. They don't go for it. Obviously, if they had unleashed the beast, maybe they could have done. Find more over at www.monsterenergy/gaming.com. I think that is the link from memory. Has it disappeared off the screen?
I think you're right. I think you nailed it.
Tom, can we drop the sponsor call out for Monster back up again, just so I can check that I was right? Yeah,
look at that.
Boom. Easy peasy. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah. We owned it.
All right.
I'm just as locked in as Narvi right now.
He is so smiley. I love it. Oh, goodness me. I'm so ready for this. I'm so ready for Narvi to do it again, right? We haven't seen it so much so far today. We want a little bit more coming out from them to just regain that strength, to go back to what we know and love from them. But either way, they've done phenomenally already. Players looking very chill right now. Not looking very ready to get into game. I don't like it.
Yeah, they're taking their time. I mean, headphones are going on, so I think we're pretty close to heading in with the Infinix GT20 Pro, which is featuring a dual chipset and 144 Hz AMOLED display. So it looks gorgeous whilst playing some of the gorgeous maps here over in PUBG Mobile. That's the phone that everyone is playing on, and our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA 2024.
Yeah, they've been playing with these phones for quite a while now. It's something that they're all going to be nice and familiar with. It's going to be strong kit at their fingertips. And that's exactly what you need. Team Spirit, I mean, I'm glad he's having a bit of a chuckle, but there's got to be a lot of pressure on these guys' shoulders right now, because it's definitely a team that should perform and isn't. Effect will have given them a little bit of brevity in the final moments there. But I want to find it more. I've still yet to fully figure out exactly what those are on the back of the chairs. So if you do know, make sure you hit me up, send me a message somewhere. I'll try and read it, because I have no idea if they're making fun of someone or if they're just a fashion statement. I reckon you'd look pretty good in one of those.
What, on my head?
Yeah, I reckon you could pull it off.
I don't know, man. I'd look like some kind of mop.
Do you think?
Like you just pick me up and just use me to clean the floors.
Turn you upside down with the ankles, just sweeping your back and forth like a pendulum.
Yeah, I reckon I'd be pretty efficient. But
Yeah.
I don't think it would look good.
I don't know. I think you could construct a fit around it. I think you could do it. Just dip into your wardrobe.
Possibly. Maybe. If I really
What
tried.
goes with incredibly fluffy hat?
I think you'd have to go all out. You'd have to like do some wild designer clothing to make that work. It would have to look intentional. You couldn't pull out all the old t-shirt and chinos. That's not going to happen.
Do you think you could go like kind of Arctic chic, and go a little bit like long white coat to match it?
I think maybe like a
Sunglasses.
beige coat, just over the shoulders,
Okay.
t-shirt underneath, and then
Yeah.
some maybe some like khaki flowy trousers, maybe something like that.
Ooh,
Yeah, something a bit
khaki.
crazy. Yeah, something a bit crazy.
I think that's an interesting color choice to go with that. But
Yeah.
I'm visualizing it, and it's working for me. I'll
Yeah, you
Give
look
it a
like
thumbs
some
up.
kind of character from One Piece, I suppose.
Hey,
It's
you
the only
know
way
what?
to do it.
Have you just described an anime character? Is that what's happened here?
No.
Is this a real character in anime, and you're just describing their
I
outfit?
don't think so.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, people can correct me on that though. If I have just pulled that from the subconscious.
It's not like some random Dio outfit or something.
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was more like tech fresh. That's how I describe it.
Tech fresh. Those are
Yeah.
two words in a sentence that mean something, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably. Someone will get it. Again, speaking to the people. My people.
Yes. I've not got time for that silly anime stuff, except for the several that I watch. But they're different. They're not like the other animes.
Now, we'll say one thing. Cyberpunk,
What will we say?
new anime,
Oh yeah.
teaser, dropped about 12 hours ago.
Ooh, what for? Is it a second season, or is it
Second
like a?
season.
Ooh,
Yeah.
and Arcane as well, getting everything starting to come out with their second.
I
It's
know.
not anime technically, but it is an animated series. Everyone's excited for all these
It's an animation.
new things. That's right.
Yeah. But we are, I think, heading into our angle now. We're just getting the players loaded up into the lobby. We have the map up on our second screens. And the players look fairly ready to get into this one. Na'Vi, despite not the greatest of starts, still put up 8 points over the last couple of games. IDBNRX, though, up into the triple digits at 100 points now, with Twisted Minds following them closely with 99 points. You're going to have to take over, John, for like 30 seconds.
have you-
Taking my hoodie off.
Okay, all right,
too
it's
hot.
time. Yeah, I took my jumper off during the first match. I wasn't for going for it, but yeah, you sort yourself out. We're going to be heading over with the plane path from Lipovka over towards just north of Quarry over to the west coast. So pretty kind plane path. No one really getting cut out there, but we're going to delete that plane path. Get it away from me. I don't want to see it anymore, and yet I'll tell you for why. We've got a rehost coming on in, so we're just pretending that this is actually the start of the game, but it was not, in fact, the start of the game. Team Spirit, they were ready to play, but we've had a rehost blank. I don't know if you caught that.
I heard it through the headphones. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting back out into the lobby. We're gonna have to warm up yet again. You can talk about anime some more. How do you feel?
I'm not doing any more talk about anime. The hell?
Well, are you feeling nice and cool now without the hoodie?
Yeah. Not gonna lie.
Unburdened.
I forget how hot the lights are in this room, honestly. It's a small office, and the lights produce a lot of heat. Surprised these things are still working, honestly. They've done me well. They've done me well over the years.
Yeah. Do you think they've named them?
Boiling.
Do you think they've named the hats?
Maybe. Could have done.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to think of famous sheep, and so far I'm coming up with Sean, and then 2 of them could be called Dolly because they cloned Dolly, and that would be a funny little nod to that. But I need a 4th name.
Edgar.
Edgar, is Edgar a famous sheep?
That just sounds like a good sheep name.
Okay, a good sheep name.
Yeah.
All right. Sean, Dolly, Dolly, and Edgar. Those are the names of the little hats on the back of the 77 chairs. I like it. We're going with it. It's canon.
It is now canon. Yeah, we've made it happen. But yeah, we're back with us once again. Get to see us on screen. We are just waiting for the next match to start. Obviously, we had a rehost there. If we're taking a look at the actual standings, though, I think it's good to see Twisted Minds actually looking a little bit stronger. As well as IWNRX, like I said, making it into that triple digit, which is awesome. And again, AXA, sunglasses on. This guy has been at LAN before, you know. He's aware of the bright lights. Get the sunglasses on.
He never needs to take a city off mid-game.
Yeah, you want to prevent the migraine, you know?
That's true. Kind of bring you a right cropper there, but he's in sports mode now. That means they're ready for the game. Look at the banding on that on his hand there. He's really getting locked in. Peak performance, apparently, is needed.
Yeah, well, in these games versus some of these teams, you definitely need peak performance. And I mean, for specifically the guys on Na'Vi, they're a tough contender, and I think that you have had a case of today. They're allowing some teams to catch up a bit, no longer being that menace in the end game that catches you off guard. They do make a lot of the end games very difficult just because they do keep catching players on their little rotates.
Twisted Minds, a couple of headphones off there. I'll have to wait for them to get in. RC Brat. Little ceremonial hat there on the front as their little mascot. I like it. No one's put it on yet. Maybe if they win. Maybe if they get a chicken dinner. Virtus Pro, hanging out. IWNRX. They had a pretty decent chicken dinner there. I mean, a lot of the limelight was stolen by the standoff in the center. But IWNRX, they played a really strong rotational game. They had that hard west shift on zone 2, and they took a really good priority compound. They made a great decision there, and were able to transition out of it as well. So I think definitely a creditable game for IWNRX to be able to pull that one back. And again, adding up those points to break that triple digits, as Falcons were denied that chance to grab that chicken dinner, those 10 extra placement points that you get, and the tiebreaker advantage. Who's that little Funko Pop there? Who is that? Is that Robin, do you think? Or is that someone else? No, wait.
Is that... It might be Teen Titans. Also could be Robin.
Who's the anime character who has like green and black checkered trousers?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm gonna have to look
it up.
Oh yeah, I think they have a green and black check coat, maybe.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
Demon Slayer, that would be.
Yeah. And red trousers. Okay.
Mr. Tanjiro.
Sure. Okay. I'll stop trying to.
He's got black trousers though.
Does he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's alright, bro.
I'll never forgive myself.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Transgressed.
Just waiting to start the game, really. Waiting to get into it. I think for players, it looks likely.
Oh.
It looks likely. The
fist bumps.
bumping.
Doing something. Not sure what that was. Probably not a fist bump. Uh-oh. Calling over. No. Okay. Just a fake out there from Koa. Headphones. Organized. Hair. Out of the eyes. Gaming. Locked in. Fist bump the cameraman.
That's
hey,
good. I like that. That's huge. But yeah, we do have all the players now in the lobby getting ready to head into the playing path. And I am hoping no rehosts, so everyone's got everything sorted. everything they need to go into this one. Head screwed on, all that good stuff. Music incoming. Plane path potentially near.
Ooh, could be there. Maybe. The Green Lions with all their headphones on. So are Falcons. They're using the provided high quality microphones. We are indeed in a plane blank. The question is, are we going to stay there, right? Because we've got a game to play. That's where you want to be. It's kind of exactly the same plane path, I think. A little bit further south on the right-hand side, a little bit further north on the left-hand side, but in general, it is functionally the same.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that you'd be pretty happy with this as a rehost. I mean, no one dropped in, no one got any hot drops, no one got any early eliminations, so no one's too bothered about the rehost coming through. No games were ruined off the back of that one. Luckily, it came through pretty instantaneously. Vibes down towards Mill to Power. I think Na'Vi will be able to drop out a little bit further on this time instead of trying to take vehicles away from brute force.
Split drop around the farm area for Team Spirit. Na'Vi out around the same area. Potentially looking to go a little bit longer. Brute Force, I'm not seeing them going to Novo. They have decided to go up. Are they dropping around Pachinki, potentially? Sorry, around Rozhok?
I think they're heading up towards that northeast side, which actually works out for them on this circle, to be honest with you. Heads over towards the east. Team Spirit, this is a circle they can work with. And we've seen this before where they've not reacted too well to these kind of circles, opting to play on the edge. And I think that the way Na'Vi plays, which is so far out, they come in very late to these circles and identify where they want to be. I think Team Spirit, who has these drop spots that actually open them up for some good rotations, they just don't take them. And oftentimes get surrounded too quickly.
All right, well, on the vehicle drop, Brute Force lose a player. Freepod and Freezer up to another fight as well. Hope could make it even harder for Brute Force to get further into this game. He's got a weapon. He can go for the spray around the side. Freezer, he's got 31 rounds in the M249. Where does Hope want to take this fight? Freezer peeks out, goes for the spray. The challenge is there, but he gets knocked. Oh, it's going to get flushed as well. Take it very low, but there's the re-knock from the high ground. Is there going to be enough time for Prepod to step in and tag the res? Of course there is. He's so ready to get that one back up. They can't afford another casualty.
Chido, you can see he looks pretty upset about the situation, and you would do as well. All things considered, going down this early in the game to Falcons, it's rough. They did hold to their drop path, though, so it's understandable that there would be clashes on the vehicle takes coming through from Brute Force, but they're now locked in a very similar situation that we've seen before, the Na'Vi had versus Brute Force last game, where they don't have a vehicle really in sight. And we'll now have to just play on, at least wait a little bit.
Goodness me. I mean, this isn't something you regularly see. First of all, using the trike. Second of all, having 3 players filling it up.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's worked out. It's got at least 3 of them on the way.
Oh, he's grabbing a bike from the shed as well, though. Goodness me. All right. Break the lock on that one. Bolt cutters out. Takes it for a spin. They should be plenty looted, though. And like you said, they like to come in to these circles a little bit later. They can grab those vehicles, sweep through the entirety of this military island. I wonder how cautious they're going to be on the bridge crossing. That is the transition that's going to be the most interesting for Na'Vi's immediate future for me. We'll see what they make of it. Team Spirit move fast. They are now center of the circle and playing on the southwest side of that mansion field area.
I think for Trovo 2030, currently on our screens, team that's done fairly well, honestly. 87 points. I think they started around about 70 today, so have been working their way up. A little bit more of a long shot for them on this rotate up towards the northeast side.
Yeah, they were able to get 79 points so far. So they've added 8 to their tally today in the first 2 matches, which is not standout, but it's something. It's something. You'll take that.
Yeah, that's what you want to see for Trovo 2030. S2G make a very bold rotate over towards Yasnaya, which is open, to be fair. And you can pick that one up, play off back down towards the bottom side of the field, which is great news for them. Again, for Team Spirit, is one of those teams where, you know, even though they're not doing ideally, it's 9th place still. So it's not horrible by any stretch of the word. They're still just waiting for that momentum game. Freezer, the micro Uzi on the back, does get popped off though. A nice shot from Kakali, holding it down for Black Esports.
Interesting decision to hold that spray as well, to not peek back in, because you know there's a challenge. Freezer's good for another one. Any more pretenders to this top spot around the tree? A spray down and a knock. Already has backup from across the way. I think that's coming through from... No, it is his teammate. Prepod's there, immediately into the vehicle, and Freezer's out of there. Makes away like a bandit. His sack full of swag.
Easy peasy. In the meantime, Team Spirit going hell for leather over towards Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations already found, and one of the players of Twisted Minds goes ever so low here. And I think for Team Spirit, this is the first time in a while we've seen an aggressive rotation like this. I was talking about earlier, this is a fantastic time for Team Spirit to make a move like this one over towards Shelter. And they just jump the gun on it. Someone takes control of the reins here for the team. Potentially maybe can look to get a bit more done inside of this match.
Twisted Minds being pushed downstairs by Team Spirit. We've managed to take 2 of them down already. IWNRX moving in on the southwest side. They're near to Zeus. You can see them on the northwest flank. Enigma Galaxy are ahead of them. A little bit closer to the center of the circle. IWNRX still just on that long train, not really coming into contact. Na'Vi have now explored Novo, at least somewhat, and Lemon should have the info that that east bridge is going to be a little bit more clear. Certainly not going to have brute force there. So maybe they'll have a little bit more confidence in going for that east bridge rotation. Virtus Pro still sit over in Primorsk. They're going to be late to the circle as well. So the south side going to have some late entrance. 77, this is on the north side of a central cluster of teams now, near the Yasnaya fields, being pushed down south by that barren area. S2G coming into conflict with 77 on their west flank.
Most teams trying to centralize as quickly as possible. With RCB, like you say, up towards that northeast spot. Team Spirit, we are playing fairly out in the open towards Shelter, but it has a lot of nice ridges and angles to play from. I think your only difficulty is you're worried about the backstab coming through from Twisted Minds, so you're sort of on edge in this location for Team Spirit. Feeling slightly anxious about the future. Just waiting for that zone 2 to pop in. This Virtus Pro on a long shot from Primorsk.
Yeah, they've been holding out for a while now, but they want to get moving before the stage 1's the zone fully closes. They're going to be getting a little bit further in. Hopefully they've got the fuel reserves to make it. They have got a long way indeed to get towards the center of this circle. Na'Vi as well, kind of yet to make their move. RCB though, they are much more central. You can see they've made their way into these compounds, playing up in the mansion towards those fields. It looks like they've got a 2-2 split going on. Hard north shift, and it's Yasnaya fields that can have a major impact in this circle.
Yeah, I think for most teams, it's going to require some big movement because there's a lot of space on the north side of the map here which isn't taken up. I think a lot of squads would like to head towards some of those compounds. Even just on the south edge of Yasnaya might give you a better chance here. RCB finding one of the players from Team Spirit on a rotation that just does not go well for him. Fairly poorly, in fact. And RCB even now rocking up over towards Team Spirit in Mansion as they try to head further towards the circle. Good initial spray, get some damage done. Where's them off the position? For how long, really?
Spray down to Silas. RCB slowed down, but they're in a strong building. A strong compound that's difficult to crash on towards, and not too many teams are going to focus it as a priority compound in this next circle because it's quite close to the southeast side. It's more likely they're going to focus up towards Yasnaya Fields, those surrounding areas as well, trying to take control of a more central position. So nice little bit of respite for RCB.
Yeah, they can just drop off for now. I think the big thing for RCB is they understand that Team Spirit is now on a 3. So if they want to make that crash in the future, at least they know that that team there is slightly weakened. Should be an easy enough crash. S2G are on a wide split at the moment, holding down the majority of the strong locations inside of this circle. They do have to be a little bit careful, though, because you can't leave yourself too widely split. I like the fact that Marceau's holding over towards Yasnaya. It's not really affordable to hold something a little bit further down towards that south side. Especially as a solo, another team likely will try and come and pinch that away from you, whereas the rest of S2G look to head over towards Heaven's Way.
Virtus Pro with IWNRX over that ridge line. Looking to figure out their path in. They're split around the edge of this circle. They're in, they're out. They need to be all about getting a pace on to get into this next zone as fast as they can. That crunch is on. Na'Vi entering late from the south.
Yeah, it's probably a tough rotation for Na'Vi, honestly, just because a lot of the side angles on this map just aren't really free to make easy rotates through. I mean, past Rozhok, it's not a wide swing you can go for. There's only one exit, which is that bridge, just the south side of Rozhok, the east side, sorry. And heading over towards the eastern side of the map, you'd have to wrap through a lot of the blue crates and then up towards that north side past all the sight lines that are coming through from Vibe. So it's a tough one to make a decision on. So I think right now for Na'Vi, they make the in-between decision, which is just to wait this one out, see where the next circle goes, then play from there. This means a heavy rotation over yonder. I think for S2G, less likely they'll pick up over towards Heaven, more likely they'll pick up over towards that compound that just sits on its lonesome to the eastern side of Yasnaya. I think that's the smarter move here, where they don't have to play amongst the rest of the teams. They're going to have to squabble for areas within Yasnaya. They can have a whole little piece of home to themselves.
I'm currently liking Falcon's position. Right up on that north side, they've got high ground, they've got a building to play around, a ridgeline that overlooks all of that space out to their south. Difficult to take them away. The unfortunate factor is that they're only playing as 3. IWNRX trying to move around on this western side, going for a long sweep past Virtus Pro. Enigma Galaxy holding out very, very central on this compound. They get the crash in, but 2 of their players are down. Can they set the rescue squad up in time? We'll have to wait and see. IWNRX trying to get rid of Icy from Virtus Pro. Left alone by the rest of his roster, but they're turning around and they're coming back on in. Bishke goes down to a nade as he tries to sally in to save his teammate. Icy needs to get an impact here to make it worth his while. Looking to come out for the spray. Zedwolf wants the challenge. He's holding down the staircase, but Icy out onto the balcony, dropping in with a pump-action shotgun. Koa has a challenge around towards the kitchen, and Icy has the crossfire. Spray down onto one, but there's the trade onto Koa, and it's going pear-shaped now for Virtus Pro, because IWNRX have only taken 1 knock, and it's just Koa left standing.
Yeah, Koa's got a big task ahead of him, but if anyone can do it, it's him. He jump out the window for the spray, but not able to do it as Kane comes from the backside there and gets the backdoor entrance to save the rest of his teammates. What a fight that was between Virtus Pro and IWNRX.
That was so close there. Right at the end, Koa nearly pulled it out the bag, but a hop in through the kitchen window keeps IWNRX as 4 players alive. Stage 3, which means these reses can come through. They can trade those bandages across, get those first aids in, resupply off these boxes, but now they need to move fast because Zone 4 will start to hurt, especially when you're coming off a difficult fight. In the meantime, teams are trying to push their way in. Na'Vi have still got all 4 of their players alive. They're playing out on the east side. Vibes have looked to slow that one down, but unsuccessfully. Falcons still hold their position that I said I liked before. I think I still like it now. You can see this building, a lot of sightlines that they can play from it. It's going to be safe for at least 2 more circles.
Yeah, they have to be careful though. They need to get all the vehicles back into that compound. Otherwise, they're going to start losing tires, and then the rotations off the back of it could be a little bit more difficult. Team Spirit's fairly split amongst one another. Kitsune on the backside of this building from Zeus. And Na'Vi did go for that eastern wrap over towards Vibes I was talking about earlier, but with this circle all the way over towards the west, S2G have just won the jackpot.
They have had a giga shift there, I think it's safe to say. And I said Falcon's compound was going to be safe for a little bit longer. Take that back. Complete lie. Fooled you. Big trick. Prank. Brute Force sending straight into the middle with their players just rolling on through with 2 because they don't have too many more options. Crossing that east edge of the Yasnaya fields. Looks like they're okay for now. I haven't seen them light up the elimination feed just yet. On the east point of Yasnaya Polyana now. Zeus. Where are these guys? They're on the southeast side, over towards Mansion area. Behind Team Spirit. Behind Navi as well on the east edge.
Yeah, for Zeus, they've been playing it really slow, right? And I think that has been the thing that's allowed Team Spirit to at least get ahead of this position and further upwards. But Navi waiting in the wings is never a beast that you want to see salivating over your position as they move on down towards the south here to cut their rotation off. Team Spirit makes the mad dash in. It's the only thing they can hope to do here. They managed to get to a position that is sort of playable, I would suppose. Zeus, RCB, and Navi all looking to duke it out over on the southeast edge. But his Twisted Mice actually opened things up from fairly far in towards the circle as Zeus tries to make a mad dash of their own. It certainly is mad.
Okay, they're crashing straight onto this Falcons area. Darkin shots in through the window, but they're held down nicely. Ali a casualty, but that should be resable. Is there a team in nade range? Is there an angle from S2G? It doesn't look like it, but Lord has a nade cooking. Might be able to send this one over and put havoc into their camp. Brute Force taking punishment here as Navi sweeping on through the south side. RCB do not know what's hitting from the south edge. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much done. Flip does go down, though, on that south engagement. They should be able to find this res, potentially, or if they left him out in the open. He's completely isolated away from them, and Ezel might just move in, get this flush. They're looking for the smoke to run out, but Ezel's there, and I don't think they can stop him.
Vibes just pulls RCB to pieces there. I mean, Navi as well, holding them out. Not likely they're getting much further into this game as the shots come through from Axa. He's instantaneous on it. Tries to go for the track. Isn't quite able to trace the target, though.
Ooh. Unfortunate. And he gets away after taking down the MVP. This really, really strong compound when it's more central into the circle. Team Spirit holding out with 2. The fact that there's 3 players from Navi remaining now makes this possible for Team Spirit. It's quite unlikely still, especially against Navi with the form that they're on. Default, I think he's read into their reposition. Heard the footsteps. Effect goes long, keeps going wide, spots the player cresting that ridgeline. They know he's up on the high ground, but Effect caught unawares. Axa moves in. And there's no way you can deal with this. Goodness me. Navi, I mean, they look calculated in that fight. Losing Flip, though, they've dropped their MVP right now in a fight with RCB, and they've still got a long way to go.
I mean, it's a clean rollout from Navi on that engagement versus Team Spirit, but very unlikely they're able to get much done from down the hill there. Just trying to dig the heels in before Axa came through and swept the legs from underneath them. Here's Vibes, Mozero, and the rest of the team looking to loot up a little bit of something. But the circle shifts over towards that eastern edge, and S2G still living the highlight in that compound over towards the eastern side.
77. I don't want to say floundering on the northern side, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point in terms of cover. The cable car not providing too much sanctuary on the northern side there for Mazzaro. He's taking shots back, and that might be the cover he needs. The smoke is there. The vehicles have burnt out husk of their past conveyance. Will no longer. That's that. Dead in the open field. Shots just tagging on. And 77, whilst it may look like they have great overview on this circle, are really pinned in against this blue zone.
Yeah, I mean, for the position in the power towers, it's actually kind of good. But you're right, with the way they're placed, like they likely have to move, and there's not a huge amount of spots to move to other than Guild's position. I think most of the vehicles have been slashed over on 77 side, so making that crash over towards these final two players from Guild would be their only option. It's just a question of how are they going to get there. Is it going to be in a broken down buggy where there's things swinging all over the road? Are they going to make it? Just don't know. Zadira concerned someone's heading out into the blue. Doubt that's the case, as Vibes do move away from that position. And Na'Vi have a lot of the map to themselves right now, as do Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, on that southeast side, they are going to try and navigate this one. The compound, the position that Enigma Galaxy hold has that hill out to the west of it. The difficulty of transitioning to it is the sightlines that get given to Guild and actually to Na'Vi. So once Na'Vi make their move, Enigma Galaxy can establish a little bit more control outside of these buildings. But for now, Enigma Galaxy, you're right, they are very, very secure here. It would be a difficult crash to make work for Na'Vi. There's a lot of open roll-up if they want to come in from the south side. I'm not too sure where they go. It might be a crash onto Twisted Minds angle for Na'Vi.
It's a tough decision to make. I mean, right now they still are a little bit out of purview of these other teams. And I think if you are Na'Vi, you're happy just to wait here, because if the circle moves out towards the east, you potentially have a case of a lot of teams taking fights one another in Yaznayet. And then from there, maybe you can ladder up a little bit. It's not going to be a photo finish for Na'Vi, let's say. But they can certainly still get a good game out of this one. IWNRX currently with 4 players alongside Enigma Galaxy, S2G, and Vibes. As well as Trovo 2030. They're all finding safe sanctuary over towards Yaznayet. And the circle looks to be pulling them out of it. Now there is a couple of buildings, very squat buildings, over towards the northeast edge of S2G and Twisted Minds that Na'Vi could potentially send for. That is the gamble, right? Are they already taken or not? Do you have many other choices? I don't think so.
There is also this ridgeline, right, that sits on the west side of those Yaz fields on the open ground. It can provide you a lot of cover. The difficulty is all of those teams further out on the east that are going to make that difficult for you. I'm looking at teams over like 77, like Guild, Na'Vi potentially, but everybody on the inside of the Yaznaya buildings is in a much better position right now. Unfortunately, there's 11 teams remaining, and somebody has to go down first. Na'Vi make the crash. They send straight in, and it is onto that Twisted Minds position. That east point of Yaznaya. S2G are there to play as well. A threat from multiple angles as nades start to pour in, and yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, they try their best, but even they shouldn't be able to get away with this.
Yeah, I mean, this was an unbelievably bold push. I'll put it that way. And that's putting it very lightly. For Na'Vi, I think the smart play maybe would have been just go direct north and try and pick up the shack. This is a position that could probably get you a strong finish, but it's a question of whether they even let you get to this position in the first place. I think it was maybe Na'Vi getting a little bit too big for their boots. Unfortunate that nade does not get through the window. That Molotov pinned them in, so it would have been fantastic should it have hit.
77 have managed to find a little bit of cover. The ultimate survivors of these Yaz fields. As Na'Vi do finally go down all the way to 1. For Galaxy, I mean, they had a great position, but the circle shifted hard away from them, and both of those forward players have now been taken down. It's up to Snowix and Berlin to try and get across. Maybe actually look for the res onto Narvalo there, but no one really actually contesting it. Okay, maybe they get back up to 3, but S2G seem to have sight lines. The smokes are there to cover it off. That loot crate might actually really help them out here, but the cover from the north is something that they just don't have, and that makes things so tough against 77.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where you sort of just have to send it, right? You have to play down the smokes first, and Enigma Galaxy weren't really in that position to get the smokes all the way to the building that they typically want, which is next to Twisted Minds. And now the guys from Guild, they've got to get a move on. But just as they leave, they get instantly taken down by the setup from 77 over towards the western side. The fail safe from 77. Yeah, this is basically a game where 5 teams are going to go down in short order in stage 7 or 8 as we leave Yasnaya.
S2G shots out, and yeah, nobody on this east side has made it. That is real rough stuff. IWNRX have managed to, again, snake their way through and just get into a really solid spot here. I'm really impressed with IWNRX's maneuvers to get to the corners of Yasnaya that they've been able to. See if they can transition outwards, because the circle still holds them in these next phase.
It's sort of amusing. It's a little bit of a hard shift towards the end game. Usually this is a lot more central towards stage 7 and 8, so this really does give a chance for a lot of the teams in Yas9. It's not going to become a big old brawl fest, but what a nade through the window. The triple coming on through. IWNRX, Centrovo 2030 packing.
That is a real big bang. And a real big blow to the Trovo 2030 morale. Axa goes down. Na'Vi finally eliminated. Again, 5 eliminations, 8th place. A decent score. They'll get some points for it. Vibes trying to cross out through the Yasnaya streets and IWNRX. They put a curfew on them. No one out after dark. Swain just shuts things down. Vibes really struggling to make their way through. But they might actually have managed to find this regroup with those smokes blooming. I think they've just got a little sliver of the circle over on their north point.
Goodness me. That's Trovo 2030. Last player in Yusuf. Tries to make the crossing. Swain's trying to make space to get Zed Wolf back up again. Nate almost just bounces through the window. In that moment, I think Kine looking to get Zed Wolf. S2G dealt them a heavy blow on that eastern side, but it's Twisted Minds that I sort of got my mind on at the moment, who again, as a duo, have been doing some fantastic work, and this will be the second time in 2 games that you should make it into a top 5.
Can they weather the pressure from the teams around them, though? Because S2G is the only one of 2 teams with 4 players alive, but that is a nasty shift. Everybody except for Twisted Minds gonna have to move away here. S2G gonna have to shunt into the circle. I think you've got Prepod from Brute Force as well, who's still going. He's just about in the circle, but I don't think he lasts too much longer, given that everybody on the inside is gonna push straight on through him and most likely run him down like a deer in the headlights. We'll see if he can jump out of the way, evade danger.
Circle's closing in and does move hard over towards the eastern side, which gives a big opportunity for Twisted Minds. They have a strong amount of sight lines. Even S2G have to move forward. They can catch off a couple of players here and there, bruise a couple of teams on their way in. It's the best news for them. I think the big issue for Twisted Minds, we haven't been on board with them all that much, is just in terms of the ammunition. Trovo 2030 get to rank 6, but no eliminations. Not a single one found.
That is unfortunate. Here comes the move. Vibes laying out a smoke train. I was going to say, I feel like this may be the only play you make, right? You cover off that ridge line with smoke. You get there. You get some cover from the teams to your south, but you need those smokes to be on that ridge line so that you can have visual cover at least from the north. Smoke train not working out for them because IWNRX just creating an impenetrable wall of lead flying out their way, and Vibes do not make it to their ridgeline. 4 teams remain now. Twisted Minds up to a 4th place. Brute Force as well. S2G players 4. Can they capitalize on it?
Sort of a wild spray down from Swain, honestly. Through the smoke, getting the tags off and then being very accurate on pinpoint exactly where those tags were inside the smoke. Although the smoke can hide you, can't keep the bullets off you from Swain. Smokes out to the side. Prepod playing with the DBS could ruin the day of IWNRX.
Kine takes a lot of damage for getting that vehicle out. Takes half his HP bar. Pre-pod
Hello?
is going, but these shots are wild from him. Cannot land the shots, and Swain will be able to get the spray down. S2G still playing as 4 on the south side. IWNRX having taken a knock. It's unfortunate, but can they keep things going? Can they keep it under control? Because S2G are more preoccupied with the duo from Twisted Minds. Right next to them, it's Coops. It's Lord. As they push on in, Coops with 3 players right next to him. Lord not close enough to really have an impact. Hops out around the corner, just goes down straight away, and Lord not going to be able to find anything in response. 3 players from S2G. They've lost Wash on the back lines, and IWNRX can start to really regain some momentum here, try and backfill this rotation as they try and sweep through Twisted Minds. Lord goes down, 3rd place for them, and IWNRX and S2G continue to clash.
Just a vehicle in front of them. They're likely going to get sprayed down. Step out with a nade. Needs to find something with it. Goes far, but that's 2 knocks over towards S2G. And with Swain playing the front line at the moment, he's buying time for the rest of the team to start pouring on in. It's the 2nd chicken din in a row for them. If they're able to do it, it's from a tough position as well, John.
IWNRX moving around, sweeping from this west edge. They've gotten rid of all contenders except for one. S2G, though, finds Swain through the gaps in the smoke. Marceau is down. It's 2 versus 2. Zedwolf into the smoke, has a sliver of HP to play with, but Kine will fall as well. And now it is just Zedwolf. They know he's in this smoke. Kelsey looking to spray madly into it, but he's alone as well. Marceau and Swash both down. Zedwolf gets the healing off. They're crawling forwards, but there's the lineup on the spray. He crawls in, tries to body block on the angle. It's not going to work out. He goes down, and the bullets find their way to Zedwolf before that first aid pops through. And that is the chicken dinner taken back into control. S2G find what they're looking for.
I mean, for S2G, it was essentially 1v1 at the end. And it's just unfortunate timing on the fade, on the smoke. IWNRX, if that was up for a little bit longer, they'd already checked that angle, so weren't likely to check it again if it wasn't for the fact that they saw the player pop up in that knock state, and they just sprayed through. And I think it was almost unintentional on the elimination towards Zedwolf. They was just trying to flush out another member there from IWNRX. But again, I think that was a really, really tough run out from IWNRX, and yet they're still able to almost put down S2G. And in a 1v1, Zedwolf, you know, if he gets that first aid kit off, anything can happen. So a 1st place into a 2nd place, and IWNRX are once again stepping things up.
They are picking up the pace, and it's good to see this team back on form. It is the sort of resurgence that we wanted to see from teams like Team Spirit, and it just hasn't come through. Twisted Minds and IWNRX have both really picked up their feet today, keeping things into the mix. I have to say, though, the points from Twisted Minds today have come from some pretty crazy scenarios from them, right? It's been the duo on Sanhok that was able to do so much, taking a lot of those points there for them. It was Coops in the standoff in the compound, playing his back-to-back with effect from Team Spirit to fend off all of those teams around them. And again, that was another duo who are putting in that shift. So whilst Twisted Minds have been able to improve their point-scoring tally, I want more from them. However, IWNRX, they have really led the charge in terms of it being one of those teams that we are looking at to take top spots. Swain with a clean sweep. Top eliminations, damage, and those nade eliminations. I think a lot of that is from that nade onto their neighbors.
I mean, this is a wonderful amount of eliminations and the damage at 1302. I mean, he really was putting the work for the team, and some gorgeous sprays over towards Vibes as they tried to run out. I think in that situation, everyone in the lobby wanted a piece of those eliminations, and IWNRX were able to sweep up a lot of them, getting them to 15 elimination points total, which actually puts them in 1st place for the match rankings there at 21. So again, yeah, wonderful match by IWNRX. I don't think they could be any less pleased with that one.
They certainly should be happy there. I mean, maybe you could win out that fight in the final moments, but you had to cross open ground. It was a turn up that they were even in competition for that final fight. S2G had the numbers. They had a better spot, all things considered, but IWNRX really gave them a run for their money. And they were able to put up a lot of points on the board either way, but S2G closed things down. A little bit of a hectic circle, taking us to the east point of Yasnaya. In the end, it was the team from Türkiye, S2G, to take it home.
here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Every day we have an MVP. Yesterday, that went over to, well, it certainly went over to Na'Vi. I can't remember exactly which player. I think Flip is the most likely for that performance, and the call-out game came on through. They held up the Fireflux logo, and it will be a matchup in the warehouse. TDM Na'Vi versus Fireflux.
Yeah, looking to put another $500 in the back pocket there with some TDM money. The TDM Warriors back in action with Flip obviously having a great game on TDM yesterday. But today it will be Na'Vi versus Fireflux. 2 in a row. Let's see if they can get it done here on the warehouse.
It was very close on yesterday's match. They went 40-39, but still won it for Na'Vi. We haven't seen them so far today, but Fireflux do make an appearance in the warehouse. A special return to the battlefields. So they look a little bit wary of their opponents, and rightly so. Na'Vi, I mean, even though today hasn't been as powerful as maybe we've seen from them so far, they are still a force to be reckoned with. But Fireflux going to take it in their stride. A team of force in their own right.
There's the trophy. Looking nice. Just waiting to get Na'Vi and Fireflux into the game. Again, it is a bold challenge from Na'Vi, the second place team in Fireflux. Looks like we are in the match, but we're looking at trophies.
That's just the warm-up.
It's the warm-up.
Team match. Let's go.
Don't worry. Although, okay. We are going into the game. There we go. All right. We're on board. Red team, Fireflux, Na'Vi. On the blues. Opening good for Fireflux. They've already racked up 2. Now they're holding out behind cover. They're up to a 3-point lead already.
Yeah, pretty good for them. Catch going a little bit wild, and Flip unable to get too much done until he opens things up there, but it's 6-2. Nice little lead.
Flip goes down. Scarface traded off, but 4-point lead for Fireflux. Managing to get these trades off effectively. Default. Under pressure now from Solkay. I think he's aware of it. It keeps going fairly even. But look at this lead start to balloon for Fireflux. They're 12-5 now. 7 points advantage. Lux looking to hide until that healing kicks in. And it looks like they have locked in that advantage. Lux, though, in danger. Default should just be able to spot this one out. Being on the inside, but seems like he is unaware. Step out from Scarface, and look at that. 14-5. A 9-point lead.
14-6. Fireflux going really crazy right now.
I think
16-6. They're just pulling this one up.
This is domination. Na'Vi, I mean, I knew they hadn't been performing well today, but this is something else. 18-6, a 12-point lead this early into the match. Can they pull it back into control? I'm not sure, because they're still 10 points behind. Almost double the scoreline. The Na'Vi have. Fireflux have already accrued a 1-2 trade, and again, 9-point advantage. So 1 point regained against them, but still, this is bad news bears for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're bringing it back slowly. It's 13-20.
They've got momentum a little bit now. They've put 6 now as the gap between the two teams. They do maintain it for a little while longer. Trading. Lemon behind there. Still keeping a 6-point gap between them. Lemon, spray down onto Lux. Goes 1-for-1 on the trade. Keep things alive. Flip. Holds his angle as well. Dips out. Looks for a cheeky spray down onto Lux and catches someone lacking. Spots a player out wide, but Scarface is there on high. A 1 and a 2 punch there. 6 points stays the difference. Scarface, though, under threat from Lemon. A hop up, and that's going to get shut down real quick.
I mean, they have brought it back slightly, though. 20-27 is not looking too bad. They can certainly try and work this game out. I mean, it went from a very bad situation into one that was potentially salvageable, but Fireflux just playing this one nice and slow. They realize they've got the advantage in terms of the points, and that $500 looking ever closer to being theirs.
11 points in the lead now. Fireflux into the final 10. Nice and quickly as well. Axa going down. Na'Vi being forced back and away from the angle as Lux turns. Scarface holding these boxes down so well. Time and time again, he's just dipping out, striking, pulling back, recoiling like a snake, ready to strike again. And now 4 points sits between them and victory 3. They're on the countdown now because Axa's low as well. They're looking for the double peak. 2 remain as they go for another trade. That's all they need to find. Get these trades, play pair fires maneuver. And Soulcake does get cut down. They do not find the trade for that one, but Scarface spots the fault. Last elimination needs to come on through, and Axa's the last to fall. Scarface picks it up. A brilliant performance from Fireflux.
And this might be why Na'Vi's not playing so great today, because they got humbled by the guys on Fireflux. We've got the sad music of defeat for Na'Vi.
There we go. The challenged team is able to take the cake there, and it will be $500 over to Fireflux, which is great news. And maybe that will make Na'Vi think twice about, if they get another MVP, who they call out. Because they called out second place team Fireflux, and it went really badly for them.
It did, yeah. And I mean, for Na'Vi, they're much better at cycling in terms of positions on the map. And honestly, they've got a very good idea of their macro, and their shots are good. But it just seems like maybe the 1v1, it's not so much. In the meantime, though, we'll be back after a short break for some more PUBG Mobile or an Orangle. Can Na'Vi redeem themselves?
Like Blank said before, Na'Vi were humbled a bit in the warehouse, and this morning they've been, well, depending on where you're watching, I guess technically this morning, but earlier today in the first 3 games, they've been humbled there a little bit too. So are they going to be able to find their feet, launch themselves into the latter half of the day? Only time will tell. We've got 3 more matches left to play. We've got 1 of them being Erangel and 2 Miramars. The first up is, of course, going to be that Erangel Blank.
Yeah, we do have 1 Erangel left to play, and then we're back over towards the deserts over on Miramar. I think, honestly, for this last Erangel, I'd hope to see maybe something a little less chaotic. I mean, so far it's been some very, very difficult circles. It was either really open or very much urban central. So, yeah, difficult one. With that, though, IWNRX gets themselves up to 2nd place, 121 points, actually overtaking Fireflux, though can't be said that Fireflux is lacking too much, considering they have 3 less games than IWNRX.
Yeah, that is always a little bit of a deficit, isn't it? Because you've got 3 more matches to play. You add the average on, and it puts them up at 150 if you expand it to 15 matches. So still a little bit behind on those averages. Still a very good performance. So we'll see if they can keep that train rolling. S2G with 56 points, adding that chicken dinner to their tally has been really nice and healthy. They've got 40 elims, so they're definitely a team that can and will frag out given the opportunity. The question is, can they keep this one going? Because that has always been the question over the past few days of these teams who we expect a lot from. Down towards the bottom 4, Heroic. I mean, they had my eye in day 1. They looked like they might have something special for us, but it's just been turned around on them, and obviously not really seeing anything from them today because they aren't going to be on the lobby, so it's impossible for them to step up a little bit further. The question is, how far down into the bottom 4 are they going to be pushed by the rest of the teams playing today once they even up on those match totals?
Yeah, again, for a lot of these teams, it's a case of they're struggling to push things further. And I mean, Team Spirit in particular, I am concerned. I am concerned because we're getting to that point where you're having 12. You're having teams with only 12 matches. Currently, Team Spirit has 15, and yet they're still quite far down the ranking. So it could be a case of later on the week, a lot of teams actually catch them up and overtake them, which leads them into a further deepening position on the leaderboard. It's painful.
It really is, and it's not what you want to see. There are problems in the Team Spirit camp, but if you want to see if they can make it towards the PMGC, the Global Championship at the end of the year, you can get a ticket, grab it, scan that QR code, and you get a 40% early bird discount to head over to London. The XL Centre will play host to the PMGC this year in my home country and Blank's home country as well. We are, well, plenty of other people's home country. Lots of people live here, but it is going to be great to be on home ground, to see the best teams in the world taking it on, but they've got to get there first. And this is how you do it, step by step, as we head into our next Erangel.
Push on through these games. From when it gets a little bit tough, when it gets a little bit scary, you got to keep on moving. GT20 Pro, the official smartphone sponsor here at PMSL EMEA, supporting all the players to play at their full limit in these games. So yeah, another very kind plane, actually. Not really doing anything out of the ordinary here for these squads. It's mainly just been these circles that have been causing problems in these matches. First plane path on our initial angle of the day did kind of spice things up just a little bit, with Na'Vi having to go up against brute force and failing on the vehicle steal.
Seems like we're getting a little bit of a repeat, though, on the plane path. We'll have to wait and see. S2G up to north in Yasnaya. No super close drops, but yeah, there's that return for brute force down south. Back over to Novo with them. I think it's only fair. Na'Vi potentially aware of this change, but they might try and boldly scout over towards Novo before, because remember, on the previous map, we saw, I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the Na'Vi players break out towards Novo, not find brute force. So maybe they are not going to expect them to be there because there's another north shift on the circle, and that potentially could take brute force away fast.
I think if you're playing Nova Up Noya and Na'Vi, typically you're going to wait this one out, right? I think a lot of teams realize that you're going to have to move fairly quickly, so the gatekeeps are pretty strong. And you got brute force here, pre-pod, taking away a vehicle early and heading back over the bridge towards the rest of the team. But Na'Vi, again, this is the thing that confused me on that first map, because there is more than enough vehicles over towards the western side to see you through, at least towards the mid game. I think they got a little bit greedy though, John.
Perhaps a deadly sin. Certainly was for them. Figuring out his inventory. GG, not GG. Frozen in place. Hello? He's doing something. Checking his settings, maybe.
A lot of players actually doing the exact same thing. Start the game, just having a little bit of a freeze up towards the beginning. Na'Vi though getting their loot on, with Falcons getting their scoot on over towards the north side of the map, up towards Severny. Good starting place for any northern circle like this.
I like the teeth on the hoodie.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's like a little. What do you? Is it a coronet? Is that the right word?
I don't know, dude.
I feel
I'm
like
not sure.
Yeah. I feel like it might be. I'm gonna Google that.
You can do. Yeah, so far in this tournament, we've had a couple of standout teams, and IWNRX, after a bit of a struggle on the international scene, seems to dampen their mood a little bit. However, that mood has been brightened as we come into day 3 of the PMSL EMEA as they work their way up the leaderboard. Currently in second place. They'd like a few more strong games. They've got 3 more games to do it. Set themselves apart from Fireflux at the end of their 6-game streak. Fireflux gets a profit of 6 games on them. Each team playing a total of 24 over the 5 days.
It's interesting as to which day you would most like to sit out, right? Because as a team, it changes your perspective a little bit, right? You play 4 days in a row and you get a long, in quotes, weekend, right? You could potentially have that 3 days on the trot to relax a little bit, or do you want to take a break in the midst of the week to be able to download information more effectively and try and turn your week around? I guess it depends on what sort of momentum you're on, right? And it's quite difficult to maybe manage that if you feel like you've kind of got a suboptimal day to sit out. I wonder if that has an impact on how these teams face this tournament mentally.
Yeah, again, I think that the best day to sit out would be day 4, right? Because it gives you a very nice benchmark going into your last day. You know exactly what you're chasing. So for teams that do sit out on that 4th day, it's kind of nice, and you get to watch everything that goes on before you head in towards your final day as well. So you get a lot of research time. Then again, some teams look to have momentum, and losing that 4th day into the 5th day could be rough for them. So it does go hand in hand. Black Esports losing a player there to S2G, Marceau. Nice spray down alongside the rest of his team. Still going for a little bit more value on the trade, in fact. This is all the way up towards the northern side of the map that S2G made their way over towards. Black Esports feel a little bit of anger, a little bit of rage from that not going through, and they take it out on RCB.
Box seat down and knocked. Zell not quite there to go for the refrag. Silas does find something, but it is answered very quickly. Kakali gets that re-knock, and yeah, Black Esports, I think they're going to make sure that RCB cannot get back up to 3. They'll rotate around this. Silas with pressure put upon him. Wild wants to try and rescue his teammate, and Poser actually backs off the angle, so RCB I mean, still have potential here to get more players back in, but 77 are going to rock up and into the fight, and that is really going to curtail any hopes of making that one work. There's a point stolen. Silas able to get it, but Shifu goes down, and it's again RCB still keeping things a little bit further back. Loxy does go down out in the open. A pretty wild crawl, but sometimes you just got to try and make it work, and it pays off. One time out of 20 is worth it. Expected value of getting that going for that crawl pretty high compared to the alternative.
I think the difficult with this is that, you know, Black Esports gets slowed down, RCB gets rocked up on, and then 77 make their way through. And I think this is why you want to just continue your track up towards that northern side of the map, especially on a very northern dominated circle like this one. So many teams are going to rotate in with you, and if you've read the circle over the past 2 days, it has been a very central base circle, so a lot of teams will be passing through this area, as it's one of the few areas that is very easy to drive through. So it's a curious one. We had so much stopping and starting, and I think it all started from S2G. Marso found that one knockoff over towards the guys on Black Esports, who immediately had to fend for themselves. Nice. That was good.
Little rear panel damage there, but nothing. That'll buff out. You know, take it to the mechanics. Charge you an arm and a leg, but it'll come out. Good as new. Trovo playing as 4 players. They are quite clumped in, but kind of rightly so. Everybody moving into the areas around Severny pretty densely right now. It's a very center-focused situation right now, which could prove to potentially be troublesome for a team like Na'Vi, who have been capitalizing on outskirts sweep style. And you can see there's not that many teams on the outskirts. They can't really sweep through to gather up all those points.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, they have benefited, though, just because they're one of the few teams that play so far away from everyone else. So they get to make these late game decisions where everyone else... So this is the problem with centering up too early, is that when you have too many teams doing it, when a circle shifts like this, you tend to get like very open spaces, which a team that plays heavy on the edge can take advantage of. So you do have teams like Brute Force and Na'Vi able to make that work. Does require you to be a team that's comfortable with taking firefights, though. And Na'Vi has certainly struck up a reputation for that. So it works really well for that squad. So particularly just currently in the ecosystem of this tournament, Na'Vi has an advantage, but they have to play well to leverage it.
It's a risky strategy. So far, it's gone well. Spray down Coops. Look at that bold. Pete goes around. Wash cannot find him either. And Coops manages to handle 2 on his own. S2G wanting to find more damage over his way. He gets the reload off. And there's the cook on the nade. Is it going to be long enough? No. He repositions a 3rd on the inside as Kelsey now has a challenge. The first aid's there. And Lord finally gives Coops a little bit of a breather as he forces Kelsey away and off the angle. There's the heal, and he's got more still to go. Left in the tank, there's plenty of fuel. Forces Kelsey onto the outside. Hamzy is there as well, but there's the off angle from Lord. Kelsey upstairs, and Coops works wonders for Twisted Minds to keep them alive. Doran is down in the meantime, though. Robs is knocked on the off angle. Can they stay alive? Can they keep it as 3? Because there's plenty of other teams looking their way.
Ragnar trying to take shots as Twisted Minds, your Doran tempting to get back to the safety the rest of his squad. Which they do indeed find, and S2G is out. Black Esports even an eyes on, and this is one of the most central positions in the map at the moment. Got Na'Vi pushing in over on the western side with Zeus. They do take shots over towards them, but Na'Vi just swarm towards their position.
Rita for Zeus just playing the southwest side, and Na'Vi just fully disengaged. They didn't want any of that fight. I mean, they were in a bit of a disadvantageous position on that roll-up. I think that Zeus probably had the better spot on that fight, and Na'Vi didn't want to take the risk of getting third party from the north or the south.
Yeah, you just pull up, you see that fight, you roll around for a while, you get all the information you need, and then you can back it off. I think they had information down towards the south side there was free, so you'll take a free spot in the circle any day of the week. Just waiting for the next one to pop now. Falcons deal a good amount of damage over towards Trovo 2030. Do take a knock there. And another from Ragnar. Brute Force swimming it in. Team Spirit, I think they know.
Ooh, Trovo 2030 having a rough time of it against the Falcons. They've got one player left. Ragnarok puts up a bit of a brick. Oh dear, that's gone poorly.
In fact, him dropping the nade underneath him saves him from the nade coming through from the Falcons.
It was all part of his strategy all along. Guild setting off along the coast, going for a beachside picnic now. They're going to roll out the blanket and take a look at what they've got in store. Look at that, 1 and 2, nearly finding the second knock there, but Park closes Ragnarok down, and that's going to allow the Falcons to res. No one close enough to get that third party. Guild rocking up onto VP in the meantime.
Yeah, Guild quite happy with how that one worked out. They were like, well, you guys can take your engagement over there. We're going to slide on past. Things like there might be a position for us on the coastal edge. If not for Virtus Pro already taking up the mantle in this position. They had a long rotate from Primos as well, but it's just been a wide one. Coops here showing us some marvelous gameplay, honestly. And he is quick on the swivel, that guy. He's so... he kind of jutters around a lot, right? So it looks like he is just constantly locked in, wide awake. Like he's got too much energy for the game. But when it comes down to performing, he can certainly do it. Team Spirit let Brute Force get past somehow. I'm not entirely sure how that happens. Brute Force are now ahead of them. And if Brute Force end up holding them out, they've only really got themselves to blame on that.
That is quite curious. 4 players alive for Brute Force, 4 players for Team Spirit, so they didn't even go for the fight there. Neo's repositioning off. Neither team really wanting to crash, but I don't think they're going to have much choice for the near future, as the Circle will make that choice for them. Na'Vi out to the west of Enigma Galaxy as well. Kitsune is on a long scouting mission. You can see Nomi establishing that supply line, and that's really going to allow Team Spirit to rotate around to the south side. But they're going to push into Na'Vi here. Kitsune thinks he's got an opening, and Team Spirit are going to try and exploit that to push in from the south edge.
Yeah, towards Na'Vi. I mean, they hear the fighting. Enigma Galaxy does have shots over towards them, so they might third party this now, which is the only difficulty. The question is, how involved does Enigma Galaxy get with that kind of circle? They don't really want to branch off from position. Now, Na'Vi actually have a strong spot to hold out Team Spirit. They should have heard the vehicles coming in from behind them. And it's, again, another pretty easy Na'Vi rotation headed up by AXA.
They will regroup, and Team Spirit, I think they're looking to go for the crash there. Brute Force going to slam on in past Vibes, take the scrap around them, but Neos goes down. Brute Force getting the worst end of that deal, but they've got a knock onto Mazzaro that they can potentially flush away. And with the blue zone right at their back, it's going to get dangerous. Team Spirit did not fully commit to that crash. They haven't taken a knock just yet. They don't want to get too bold. And another player from Brute Force goes down against Vibes. Freezer might fall next. Vibes are losing players as well. It is not happy on the eastern side right now. Twisted Minds just taking these shots down. 5 eliminations already racked up for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they're doing well. I mean, they will have to move further in, though. And Vibes are in a pretty troubling situation where more shots could come through from Twisted Minds, and they already are towards Victor. Has to double back, get back behind this rock and hit another first aid kit. The blue is moving away from them.
Enigma Galaxy putting feelers out now towards the middle of the circle, figuring out their next moves. Gun range now heavily occupied. Guild caught in a trap a little bit here. RCB on the wrong end of the gun range for general operation, but opening hours are far and away And that might not be what's bothering them right now. Instead, it's IWNRX. You have that shooting gallery open and available to them. Wild finally takes the knock from the nade from Exo. This guild can turn around and crunch their enemies in turn. But SL, not one to be backed down easily. It's the concrete and the sandbags to Helden. Twisted Minds, Falcons, scrapping back and forth. Lord now with the challenge to take down Ragnar, but can't quite get it done. 3 players for Falcons, make that none, because Black Esports find the final tickle, and that is going to take both of those 2 teams down.
Yeah, it's an awkward fight to take. I'm not sure why you crash this. On the outside edge of the circle, you're not really winning out too much from it, and even if you do win the fight, you're going to be enveloped by the blue soon, so likely you wouldn't be able to get any knocked reses off the back. So I think Twisted Minds were equally confused why they were being rocked up on in that moment.
IWNRX in their little bunker, trying to stall the bombardment here. North side, the smoke's bloom. They want to get out. You can see they're mounting in those buggies, getting some speed up to exit the tunnels and transitioning to the gun range main, which Virtus Pro are a little bit unhappy about. They're going to be on the chase now. A lot of damage tagged onto IWNRX though, and that's already a knock found. 77 are chiming in from the off angle from that position across the way. Can they get the res onto Zedwolf? Kine looking to try and pull this one up. Bishke has a nade. Icy's ahead of the game on him, and there's a nade right underneath Frozen. It looked like it might have been, but no. The res comes through, and IWNRX have 4 players active now. They can keep the defense going against Virtus Pro. I'm also still paying attention to Team Spirit down on the south versus Na'Vi. There's still a compound there that they have to fight over.
Yeah, they will have to move at some point. I mean, for Na'Vi, even they might be considering leaving and heading further towards that north side. Lemon takes a quick, cheeky wrap around the vehicle to scatter out. The difficulty with IWNRX's position is that it's so often you'll get one knock over towards that building and then not another, and that's quickly res back up again. The best thing you can do is kind of wear down your opponents in terms of just their meds that they have available. But for Vibes, you're sitting against defensing at some point, in which case those nades that come through start to become easier and easier to line up for IWNRX. So the speed at which that had to happen was much quicker for Virtus Pro. It's unfortunate they don't get the initial knock, otherwise they might have fully committed to the compound with the second.
The bounce on the nade looked okay, but the vehicle was just out of the way in time. And now Black Esports wanted a little bit more out of Nick Galaxy, but they will not be able to find it. Na'Vi still has 4, isolated on the south side. And Team Spirit yet to pull the trigger on their engagement. They have been very passive over the course of these last few days. It's not been playing well for them. We'll see if they can take Na'Vi to task, or if they're just going to divert around and maybe take the fight with Zeus. I mean, it's not fully out of the question that they just do not want to take this fight with Na'Vi. You don't need the compound, and crashing on is always dangerous. Team Spirit, though, trying to descend open ground might be just as dangerous. Virtus Pro taking down a player from Guild. I think that's the last player from Guild, in fact. They will be stuck there. Team Spirit do flow around the west edge, and they are just trying to get in with as little resistance as possible.
Yeah, because it would be difficult with the timer on you to actually get in onto that compound that currently Na'Vi have. Sending Lemon and Actor out towards that western side, potentially cut off teams coming through. They already got an initial knock over towards Zeus. And there's Rita taking a shot over towards Nomi. This is certainly awkward.
Nades pouring in towards IWNRX, and Virtus Pro have been working this angle for a long time. A lot of damage, just continually putting pressure on their positions, forcing them into corners. Koa wants to isolate those angles. Team Spirit putting up a fight against Zeus, but Enigma Galaxy are there as well. Team Spirit down to just 1 player in action. IWNRX with troubles of their own as well, as Virtus Pro continue to bombard, but they have managed to get 3 of their players back up and into it. Unfortunately, Koa puts it back down to 2. There's the rollout. They're waiting for more. Frozen gets across, out into the shooting range. 77 have the crossfire as well, as Team Spirit do finally go down on that western side.
Yeah, Effector's doing some good work, but again, it's one of those situations where it's 3 teams firing at Team Spirit. Another tough scenario for them. Enigma Galaxy taking some shots from across the way, completely ignoring Zeus, in fact. And Na'Vi swipes up. And I think that with where Na'Vi was playing, and I'm pretty sure Team Spirit had a good idea of it, you likely want to shift further up towards that northern side, see if you can potentially get something done over towards this engagement, where there is clear sightlines down here. I think you just assume the fight's already over.
Virtus Pro, the only team with 4 players alive, and they'll want to keep it that way, but Bishke gets taken down by a nade from beyond the grave. Limbo Boom wants to keep Zadira back in because there's only 2 of their players left. IWNRX will finally get eliminated. So their run is drawn short. Limbo Boom should be able to get this res. Bishke, a lot harder to res, but as soon as Black Esports tramp their way to the top of that mountain above them, I don't think Virtus Pro can go for this push because you can see that sightline. Black Esports have been more preoccupied with Enigma Galaxy and the remnants of the players out to the east side until now. And the longer they take the more chance it is that Virtus Pro get this res, and they're already starting it. Black Esports potentially wasting a little bit too much time to put enough pressure on Virtus Pro from the north side to keep this one going.
Yeah, I think that if you are Black Esports, you're not expecting a full force squad coming out from shooting range. A lot of times it's much more scrappy, but the Virtus Pro took some very aggressive approaches there, took control of the south side of the compound by taking down Guild, who IWNRX had dealt with for such a long time. It's a smart play, and even taking out 77 as well off the back of that. Very, very fantastic push from Virtus Pro. But now
Lewis,
have to deal
though,
with
just
Black
managed to
Esports.
get, yeah, they just managed to get a double spray down, and they're even finding more. Koa goes down. I think that's the 3rd player getting knocked for Virtus Pro. Just Icy remains on the northern side. Could be able to find those reses. I think they've got the cover to potentially go for it. Getting back to full force is just going to be a time drain, and now Black Esports have firmly entrenched themselves on those sidelines. It's going to be so much harder for Virtus Pro now.
I think with Black Esports, they're even looking to move across that way to try and finish off the players, but they don't want to give too much of their position away here. One goes down in Malloy. They still have players crawling in, but Virtus Pro now just down to 2. And Lemon picks up Icy from Virtus Pro, holding on this western side. Na'Vi doing a good job, holding 3 angles at the same time. It's tough work, it's tough business, but this is what Na'Vi's the best at.
Ooh, look at that. They will take down Virtus Pro completely. 5 eliminations found. 10 eliminations right now for Black Esports on the northeastern side. They're playing with 3. They've got a decent chance into this match. Na'Vi, though, not going to let this one go without a fight. They're playing 2 up, 1 down on the hill. As Flip handling Narvalo pretty handily. Snowex potentially looking for a challenge as he steps out into the blue to go for a spray. Berlin has got an angle. He drops the smoke, knows he can't wait too long. Shimmies in with the terrain as cover. Waits for the smoke to bloom. He knows he's going to have to step out wide, and that visual cover will be all important. Snowex rotating back on in, and I think they're just giving up Narvalo here.
Yeah, the rest of the team regroups. Flip gets immediately taken down by Berlin on the peak. Had a rough idea of his location. Good spray, though, over towards Enigma Galaxy. And another one from default from the side. Wonderfully played here from Na'Vi, and Black Esports not even bothering to send players over that way. Rather hoping just to confirm this game.
There's that spray down onto Narvalo as the nades keep on going. Na'Vi get the heal onto Flip. And Lemon had plenty of nades left. He's still got 3 to go. As they rotate further onto the hill, they're just going to allow the players from Enigma Galaxy to get a little bit more strength back, but they know the blue zone puts way too much pressure on them. It's going to force them into that fight. I'm surprised they actually gave up to allow Enigma Galaxy to stay as 2, because Snowex will get rezzed here. Ooh, no, I think he just decided to cut his losses there. Trade over the loot. Berlin will go on solo. Black Esports find Lemon and get the flush as well. That's pretty big. It's a pretty big pickup. Stands in with the monster truck, and that's not going to go well. 11 elims now found for Black Esports as Enigma Galaxy actually take the point away with a vehicle explosion.
Yeah, again, for the guys on Na'Vi, it makes sense to move this way. You can confirm over towards the high ground. Good shots over towards Poser, but unable to finish the work. But the Mini 14, actually a big boon in terms of these fights. But it is a 2v4, and exploding the vehicle would take him down. I think he does get the first aid kit off.
Closest to danger, but the wide swing, they're trying to play off one another. Default has the smoke bloom, actually moves with the vehicle. Interesting decision to go for it. The vehicle's already eaten a lot of damage, but gets back behind the headland. Looking pretty healthy as it stands, actually, so should be a little bit more chill. Kakali. Oh, no, that's Kakali's vehicle. It wasn't Default's vehicle, okay. Yeah, that's more like Default's vehicle. Goes up in smoke, but gives him some hard cover now to play around on the tree. Na'Vi do not have the inside of the circle here. It's up to Black Esports' control. Look at that shift going away from them. Flip and Default facing off against Black Esports, who seem to be on a tear this match.
Yeah, life becomes a little bit more difficult. I think for Black Esports, they have been sort of just picking up a lot of the stragglers in terms of eliminations from fights around the map. For Na'Vi, on the other hand, they have been through the trenches so far. More absolute crazy shots coming through from Default. A lot of ammo to work with too as Flip moves up. Off the back of that damage, smart move as well. Kakali with 6 nades.
Flip repositions away from that nade. He knows his vehicle is going to be a prime target. Kakali tagging on may think that he's still behind that vehicle as well. So goes wide of Flip. Flip's out in the open. Spots where that nade comes from though and puts it almost perfectly on the money there. Flip has to reposition. Takes damage but doesn't go down. Now the tree is the focal point. The bobble. It is finding the knock. Kakali able to put the nade up when it counts. And they're going to look for a second. Default. Now in a 1 versus 3. Flip feeding that information back. They want to put pressure out wide, and Lewis has the off angle. Really well handled by Black Esports in those final moments. They've held the east side well. They stopped Virtus Pro from leaving the gun range, and they will find their way to a chicken dinner as well against the top performers in the lobby. Na'Vi can't conquer Black Esports.
No, I think for Na'Vi there, it was a tough game towards the end in terms of a lot of things happening around the map. They went down 3 early too. Black Esports, though, they moved through the map. And again, for a lot of the teams, they had to move up and into them who had just great sight lines on that side. One of the few teams remaining that did have 4 players left. Now, all starts from Toshbik actually falling fairly early on. So you've got those 3 players that did absolute work towards the end game. And it was well played. It was well played. It's just one of those situations where you look at Na'Vi, and Na'Vi certainly struggled towards the end, but they had to fight through plenty of teams to get where they got to. It's just a rough circle.
It was pretty nasty for them. Team Spirit, they waited too long to pick their fight. Yet again, I think far too cautious for my liking. I want to see more aggression from them. Black Esports, really nice stuff towards the end there, and we haven't seen it from them so far, so we'll see how that handles them up the tables as well, because they were down towards the lower end if memory serves. So good to see a little bit of a resurgence there, especially against Na'Vi. Let's take a look at our match report. Kakali from Black Esports, most eliminations, with that nade elimination to bring it up, but it's Falcons actually who managed to get highest damage in Ragnar.
Yeah, Falcons, again, had a difficult rotating from that eastern side, yet blasting towards the end. But I do think that when you look at Black Esports, they play out the game that they're dealt very well from that edge of the map. And as soon as the circle moves them, they realize they don't have to make too many movements for themselves, and they can wait for Na'Vi to have to push into them. So they didn't really open themselves up to too much damage coming through from the last 2 members of Na'Vi, and showed a lot of respect in that moment, which I enjoyed.
They played it cautiously, but professionally. I think Lewis on the off angle was a really big factor there. Even though it was spotted, the threat that it established was pretty insurmountable. Here is the match rankings. You can see there 23 points earned for Black Esports, but 14 for Na'Vi, 10 for Enigma Galaxy, 9 for Virtus Pro, all successful bids for the tables.
Yeah, very nice from Black Esports. With 14 points for Na'Vi, continuing to put up numbers. Enigma see another team that I think slipped in towards the end at 10 points from a position that just gave them a lot of oversight. I think Virtus Pro was probably the more impressive team from that match in terms of the rotations they made, the fights that they forced to ensure they had the best position to play against IWNRX towards that end game. I think Virtus Pro's gameplay was the one that I was most fond of during that match.
Yeah, that fight over in towards the gun range, keeping IWNRX pinned down. Really nice transitions coming on through. Just a shame that they got taken down on their route out. Always difficult to leave gun range, though, in a circle like that. I don't think that you could be too harsh on them for not being able to convert on that sort of a position. Still, maybe they wanted a little bit more to try and jump up and challenge towards Fireflux at the end of today with the averages that they've been able to put up. Take a look at our socials down below us right there. PUBG Mobile, something about Europe, something about official. Depends on where you go in there. Take a look at the logos and hop on over to your platform of choice to check us out. Let's take a short break. We'll be back. And this time, we're going to the desert. It's Miramar up next.
90% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
We're done with the grassy plains for now. We're heading over to the desert. It's Miramar for 2 coming
You
up
are
next.
muted.
The first. Oh, I'm muted on Discord. Oh, okay, I'm muted on Discord. You wouldn't have been able to hear me there. I was unmuted on the stream, so everyone else heard my lovely intro that totally went well for everybody. And we are
Right,
going
good.
into Miramar, is what I was saying, for our next match.
Brilliant. Yeah, we're heading to Miramar for our next match here over on the Dusty Dunes. Obviously, we've seen Na'Vi still hit some good games today. It hasn't been all great, but to be honest with you, in terms of just the point scoring going upwards, it's fine. It's fine for Na'Vi. I think at this rate, it's becoming quite difficult to catch them in that first place position. There is still 2 days to do it, though, in the future. So we'll see how that all breaks down as it comes to pass. You got Team Spirit on your screen. Looks a little bit happier after that last game. Slowly starting to work on these initial rotations that are looking a lot better. I think they're starting to realize in this central lobby, some of their playstyle just doesn't work as well.
Yeah, there is a little bit more power behind them because they've got plenty of power in their hands with the Infinix GT20 Pro, featuring the dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. Of course, all of our players using the Infinix GT20 Pro. And we're very happy to have the right kit for the top level of tournament.
That's what you need to succeed. Here in these games, Twisted Minds on your screens having much better matches today, although I would prefer if they had much better matches as a full 4. There's been a fair few scenarios right now where it's just been the 2 players from Twisted Minds getting it towards those end games. I would prefer it not to look as intense for them. Sunglasses on during gameplay, it's a new one.
Okay. Maybe it's just for the warm-up there. And he whips them off just in time for the drop. That's when the smile comes out. He's only allowed to smile. Oh, uh-oh. I don't like that hand in the air.
That feels like a rehost.
Yeah, that's a rehost hand right there.
Don't do it.
Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Nothing confirmed. That's good. That's good. All right, all right. We'll be on the player screens for just a little bit longer here. Waiting to get into match.
Hopefully it was just, I'm out of water. Can I have some more, please?
Yeah.
That would be the optimal situation that hand was in the air for.
This is what you want to see.
Oh, dear. It's a rehost.
rehost.
It was a rehost hand. Goodness me.
Damn.
You hate to see it. That's 2 today. God.
You do, yeah. It's a tough one. But we'll get the players back into the lobby pretty soon. In the meantime, we're going to head to a quick break. And we'll be back shortly when the players are ready. See you soon.
We've checked. Everybody's got their hand on. And we're going into Miramar. I promise. I promise we're at least getting into the plane. We'll see how much further we get. We're going into Miramar. First of the day, match number 5.
Before to head into our last match of the day here, some teams that would like to get up towards their 18 match mark on a pretty decent showing for the day. Na'Vi clearly ahead right now, still 180 points compared to IWNRX's 123. their 16 matches played. It'll be up to Fireflux to match that one tomorrow.
Fireflux.
And Twisted Minds looking for some more points in these matches.
Fireflux were on 120, which puts them at a 10-point average. If Na'Vi don't get any more points today, they're dead level in terms of their average performances, right? Because that's 18 matches played, 180 points. So anything that they can put on over the board on top of this 180 will be advantage over Fireflux. So with 2 matches left to go, we'll see if they can achieve it. Brute Force still the highest placing team, I believe, with fewer than 16 matches played at 60 on 10 matches. So not phenomenal, but still ever present and a bit of a threat potentially towards the lower end of those qualification spots in our finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of tough looking at the moment. So is this playing path for a fair few teams. Virtus Pro do have to divert a little bit as Vibes finally realise that Impala's open. Let's head there. And it actually opens up for a good game for them too, as the circle will head on over towards our eastern side, as per usual. I think we've seen a lot of eastern shifts on the circle over the last couple of days. Most of the teams will have to make a northern rotate here. Get through to El Azahar with this playing path being quite far down towards that south side, at least the initial drop-off points where you want to get down early, start looting up. For Na'Vi, though, they're undeterred by such a fact. Head up towards La Cobreria, no problems.
So I don't think we want to talk too much about it, but the Picardo fight's still happening between RCB and Falcons. The major detriment of that fight is that it's very easily third-partyable, right? You can have someone just rock up, play on the side of Picardo, wait for you to leave, and immediately, whoever you are, you just get shut down. So the longer you spend in that fight, the longer you refuse to divert, not hot drop on that area, the more likely it is that a team establishes that as their just standard rotate at the start of a match.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for having those easy rotates coming through, it's just a bit unfair to some of the teams, especially if it's pro, right? It'll zoom up towards Impala, looting 2 locations at the same time. That's one of the drop spots of all time, I'd say.
Yeah, agreed. It certainly is there.
IWNRX though, nice and central in the circle over towards truck stop. It's not the greatest of loot spots, but to be honest with you, if you're IWNRX, you take up this position, you don't head up towards El Azahar straight away because of the plane path. I mean, you're still happy because you get the circle shift as well. So you have plenty of time to loot here, squeeze it for everything it's worth.
No early shenanigans except for in Picardo. S2G did scout out towards it, but didn't engage for a full third-party surround. Not laying siege to it just yet. Los Leones split north and south right now. 2 teams quite happily sharing it. 77 with an outpost down further south, away from Trovo 2030. Na'Vi moving through La Cobreria. Looking like they're going to head out towards the east. And swing through after grabbing a couple of vehicles. S2G regrouping potentially a little bit further down and closer to Picardo. And in fact, actually, RCB did fully disengage from Picardo, which means it is no longer a hot drop there.
Yeah, which is what you want to see. And I mean, you can comfortably hold 2 teams over in Casino as well as Apartments. So I'm not entirely sure why this fight was going on for so long. I know Apartments is nice to loot up, and you also have the option of heading over towards that northern side and taking the ridge. I mean, with RCB, they realized that, right? There's no need for them to have to head up towards that north side anymore because it's not in play. So rather just disengage, head to Casino, get some loot, and then move further out towards that eastern side and just trash loot on the way. I think that's the smart play from RCB, and it makes sense according to the game.
It's worked out. 77. They're transitioning up towards a very central area on the map. Trying to get in between everybody and Impala, where currently Vibes are holding out. S2G, they're filtering in across the north side of Picardo Hills. And we'll get ahead of Falcons. Falcons, I think, with a really difficult choice now to make, right? Do you start pushing in towards the center of this circle? Because this lobby, as we've noted, has started to get a lot more clumpy towards that middle area. And I think that's kind of playing into what we're seeing in general, right, from these games, which is very, very scrappy late games where a lot of teams have lost 1 or 2 players. Because everybody's getting so close in these early and mid games, that is what is generating that sort of a style. Once the slingshot back out, the result of all these teams studying that and pushing a little bit further towards the edge comes through, I think we're going to start to see a couple more full force teams in action in these late circles. But for now, in this central style, we're cutting player after player away, just whittling teams down one player at a time. S2G, the first to have a little notch taken out of them. And there's the answer. A second, potentially, going down on a Kelsey.
That was a nice nade over the top. Really long throw on that one. I think S2G just have to give up the chase here and send off. RCB, good way to move into the circle. And they get ahead of S2G in the process towards a more central position. And you're right. It's a very central lobby right now. And that's why you're seeing teams like Virtus Pro, Brute Force, Team Spirit particularly struggle, because these are more of our edge teams at the moment. And I think for Na'Vi, it feels like nothing can get them down, so the momentum is still there for them. They're still happy to take aggressive fights. That and the fact they've got a massive buffer allows them to take more risks and be comfortable with losing out on those trades like earlier on today. Team Spirit and Brute Force, on the other hand, it feels like the pressure is on at this point in time. But they have to perform in these matches. So if things don't quite go their way, it really can take a big hit to their performance, because having that momentum is actually kind of crucial in a game like PUBG Mobile. Gives you that ability to take some of those peaks that maybe you wouldn't favor beforehand, which might open you up for a big play, which then goes further into the circle. You get a big win off the back of it. It's just that domino effect once again in action.
IWNRX moving to the east side of truck stop. Kind actually with some pursuit coming through from Twisted Minds, but they think better of it. Twisted Minds really turning up the heat today. And it's great to see them start to find their feet. It was something we were worried about with this team. It sits completely chock-a-block full of high-power fraggers, and we were worried that that wouldn't mesh. And our worries were somewhat realized towards the start of the few days we've seen them in action, but they seem to have found their feet, and it's working out for them in certainly this current tournament microcosmic meta. What a shift out to the west. That is what happens when you sit very central. Look how clumped up all these teams are. This maneuver takes down, I think, 3 teams, right? At least making their way out to the north side of Los Leones.
It's a struggle mainly for those teams on the east, like you say, but also Team Spirit, who got themselves jammed in over towards the south side of Los Leones, hoping to make a little bit of a swing over towards that high ground, but now they've got to maneuver through an urban format. For Brute Force and Na'Vi, on the other hand, quick swing down towards Graveyard, pick up some of the ridge sides around there. It's a bit of a doozy.
La Bendita as well. A massive feature of this circle. 77 fighting for one of the compounds around it now. Trovo 2030. They're contenders. I don't think both teams leave this scenario. They have locked it in. Zadira dodges the damage. Gets away further out back. I think giving up the longhouse might not be a terrible idea. Ragnarok launching from that high ground. This is a really valuable position for them. Spots Zadira, knows he's there. Zadira somehow finding some cover. How on earth does he manage to get away from that spray? And an answer from Shifu out the window as well. Keeps Ragnarok at bay. And Zadira managing to get back to the rest of the team. They do give up the longhouse. 77 giving themselves some room. But they have allowed Trovo 2030 in.
Which is now awkward. And for 77, that is the shot you did not want to take from RCB. And this is what happens when you lose Longhouse. You lose a lot of that cover. The ability to quickly reposition between one side of the building to the other just in case nades start to come through. Whereas these buildings, a little bit more open to quick nades that come through. Magnum stutter stepping back and forth to try and get to the wall, but he's on the wrong side. Should fall down.
Yusuf holding the corner. A deadlock over on that engagement, but brute force want to keep this momentum going on the roll-up. Freezer up and into the door, looking to take control of the warehouse around Graveyard. Away from Black Esports here. Freezer, nade around the corner, has the right shoulder on him. Toshpik gets away. Kakali's already down, making this a 3 versus 4. There's a high ground off angle coming in for brute force as well on this roll-up. And there's a team at their back as well. Potential third-party shots from Twisted Minds or IWNRX, depending on if they're looking out this way. Freezer continues the bombardment. This is the last nade he's got, though. So after this, it's gunpowder all the way.
The officers just pop it back in the pocket there. I think that does make sense. Considering the scenario you're in, you really do need to find some kind of value off one of these nades. At least an opening knock. Push into the building with, because there's so many angles in there it could be awkward to play around with, and both those nades feel somewhat sloppy.
Toshpik. There's the nade. Lewis takes damage, immediately bandages out. Freezer, nade in. Cook goes a little bit too long to find Lewis and doesn't quite go short enough to find Toshpik at the back. Lewis still just bandaging away. 3 first aids, but reticent to use them on this engagement. Steps out. Lewis, what are you doing? That was a real bold pick. Poser on the off angle there on the high ground to Freezer. Are they going to be able to hop out and find it? Because Lewis has already gone down now and gets flushed very, very quickly. He repositions Poser, handily swiveled on by Freezer. A nice flick up there, and now Toshpik evacuates out the back, but how much further can he go? They know that he's clambered out, but they have him on lock, and that should be done and dusted. A hop out comes on through, save for one, and it will be Freezer still just holding things down. What a way to close it out. Black Esports taken away, and brute force donated 4 points.
Yeah, a big expend of utility, though, to clear him out from that building. And you look where brute force currently are, all the way on that northwest edge. It's a question of, was that worth it? But if you play on the edge there, you need to find some kind of foothold, and this was the only one that they could locate. See how many supplies that they can remove from here. Guild need to make a similar decision, actually, over towards brute force, but they revealed their position very early on here, John.
Guild with the back two, leaving Zero a little bit alone. GG not GG, very far away. They look a little bit confused in their current scenario. Not really too much to do. I suppose you just don't go for the trades. You're just maybe finding a pick and try and play reactionary. But for now, they'll hold their nerve. They'll bide their time. In the center of La Bendita crater, you've got S2G. 77 pushing up to the southeast side of that crater. And I think I really like 77's position here. I think it's going to afford them a lot of survivability come the next circle. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that. But the south side is chock-a-block full of teams, and it's Nigma Galaxy and RCB close to one another on these South Hills, and Magnum wants to try and deal with it. Look at that flex out from 77 to try and find the off angle. Nigma Galaxy making their move, but Limbo Boom has the angle. There should be a crossfire, but Magnum isn't chiming in. They're allowing Nigma Galaxy to move on through, and they've now cut off Magnum from the rest of his team.
You question whether a backstab is going to come through at some point from Magnum, right? Surely. RCB over towards that west side also have information about this. And the circle is ticking quite hard at this point in time of the game. So Magnum's going to be hurting. I do herd them off towards that western side, though. They send up towards the high ground in La Bendita, and 77 just has to let it happen. But they are zooming directly over towards S2G. I'm not entirely sure how good of a decision this is.
Is Novalo going to check the floor? Because Wash is there.
Oh, that's nasty.
That is really unkind. I wonder if Enigma Galaxy know that nading out this building. Navallo moving in, but not being super respectful of this position. He does spot a player at the back, and Marceau is there. Wash still lying in wait, or crouching in wait, rather, for Redox to make a misstep. Wants to see a little bit more. Wants to get the whites of his eyes in the sight line before he makes a nuisance of himself. Redox with a nade. Now that they know Marceau's there, they're going to be really focused on it. And Redox, I'm fairly certain they don't know that they've got a player right next to them. They've also got Na'Vi, who have moved into the crater as well on the northeast side. Look at that. Potential third party. Might make things difficult. 77 trading off with vibes on the northeast side. RCB, Virtus Pro, all starting to surround on the southeast side of this crater. Redox putting some bandages up to the high ground. Not too sure who he's giving those over to. Wash is still there. And finally, they move in through the building. Wash can now have that backstab. They need to find something effective. And the spray from the UMP is good for one. They will trade it off. No, they're not going to find the Renock. Goes for the spray. Gets the weapon swap. They know exactly where he is. What is going to happen from Marceau's angle as well? You've got to remember that there is that third party, but a beautiful DBS peak is going to find it. Find that flush as well. And Marceau was too low to do anything about it. They push it back, and Enigma Galaxy lose one, but take out the threat on the inside.
Yeah, hilarious. I mean, that angle was held for so long, they ran straight past him. Yeah, S2G just couldn't hold him out. Right now, Levendita is sort of one of the main places if you want some cover. It's quite open off towards that western side, and a lot of the teams are playing up towards Minas Generalis. In terms of positioning for Twisted Minds, IWNRX, as well as Brute Force and Guild playing on the high ground. No one really wants to step foot over towards this just barren land that sits down towards the middle of the circle to the west of Levendita. 77 gets a nasty nade. Bounces off his head, gives him a migraine, and that's 77 down and out with 6 eliminations to finish the game. Virtus Pro cleave through them.
Can get the res on the Bishke if they play their cards right. Those smokes will give them the cover they need to do it. Malloy with a Mini 14 should be able to see. Yeah, there's no way you get away with that. Brute does go down pretty quickly. Twisted Minds up to IWNRX. This is on the north side. On the run out. IWNRX with the high ground here, with the nades flying back over towards Twisted Minds. Both teams on 4 players alive. Brute Force off in the distance as well. Good third party.
It's a hard spot to nade for Swain, honestly. Because your nade has to burst next to him. There's no back wall to bounce it off, to land it on. Has to be a perfectly timed nade from Coops. Banks it off the doorway, though. Smart stuff.
Zedwolf is already healing, but they've now spotted each other. Coops in with the shotgun. Looking to find Zedwolf through. It's up and down. It's shoulder height window. Just peeking. It's ducks in a barrel, as Kale would say. And we're going on over the top as they're finding the openings, but it's IWNRX who are eating the brunt of this damage. They even nade themselves. It's disastrous. Brute Force are third partying. Twisted Minds, they've lost one player, and now Frozen, with it all to do, can't quite meet the hurdle, and Brute Force could capitalize.
Goodness me, Brute Force could come on in. Over towards the eastern edge. Twisted Minds, I don't know how they lived that one out versus IWNRX. It looked really bad. Zedwolf was popping up and down there. Playing a dangerous game, but it looked cool. Stage 5 now, though. Heading towards those later circles where things start to get rough, and it feels more and more likely that we're either heading over towards Levendita or just to open ground, in which case these teams are going to fall like flies.
Trying to move over from this western hill, but look how isolated they are. There is no way down with cover. They need to get some run up with the smoke. and just try and catapult themselves somewhere, choose a position, crash on into it. They have managed to figure out where they want to go, and I think they're heading towards Falcons, probably the best choice for them. Exo in, looking for the fight immediately on the swivel. Guild yet to take a knock and actually take down Ali, so they have had a good opener onto this crash. Potential success. Brute Force flexing out. Look at Chudo up on this high ground. He's trying to backfill here. A trade off into Guild means that they are now down to 3 as well. 3 versus 3 on the inside, and another knock means that they are 2 players still going on this crash. Hope up close to the window. Ragnar wanting to put the nade in through the window. Ragnar not going to be in a position to eat damage from it, and that's the off angle coming through. It's Team Spirit chiming in as well from the south. A lot of damage pouring on into Guild, and Team Falcons have everybody looking their way as well because Zeus is turning on the fire.
This is a crazy ending. No one really wants to play towards the center here. Everyone's just taking pot shots where they can. But it's Twisted Minds. It's what we wanted to see. 4 players alive towards an endgame. And I classify this very much as an endgame here. Team Spirit down towards that southern edge as well. They're going to fight off versus RCB and Zeus off in the distance. There's nades flowing through right now from the Falcons.
Last nade for Hope. A good cook. That looks pretty deadly. Yeah, there's no way you get away from that. The cook was on target. It's an easy sitter as long as you know he's in that corner. It just bounces between the wall and the bookcase, and there's no way to get out of that if you put the cook right. Didn't give him enough time to respond. And that is Guild down and out. But they did get a little bit done against Falcons out on the western side. Can't be too harsh on them. There was a third party as well from Team Spirit, from Zeus, from Brute Force as well. Speaking of Brute Force, over on the northern side, they're having a pretty tough time of it. They have managed to get back up to 3. Team Spirit on that south edge still need to flow over towards their Labadita crater positions. Because Nick Galaxy holding down in the middle have done so successfully. Silas caught on the broadside there by Kitsune. Should be easy pickings to find the knock and the flush on the back line. RCB in the meantime trying to descend and getting lit up, torn to shreds by Snowix. Look at the dust kicked up around them, and there's only Azel left standing as he careens down the hillside in a sliver of HP. He goes too quickly into a wall and he's done for, but it's Enigma Galaxy to pick up the lion's share of the points on that one. And now Team Spirit have the chance to do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get behind a lot of teams. It's a 4-man squad right now for Team Spirit with a resupply coming through from the death crates on the side of RCB. They're going to have to wrap around, though, over towards Zeus and the Falcons. It is a pretty tough crossing. Na'Vi lose Lemon from Virtus Pro, who are having a very good time of it this match. Some difficult rotations, some difficult fights they're taking, and they're making it look pretty good so far versus Na'Vi.
Spirit again opting not to go for the full crash, instead circling around, trying to find another route in, find a better solution. They're using up their time bank here. Team Spirit up and into the fight. Zeus is there. Potential third party from Falcons, should they want to try and rock up into this one, but they might just want to get ahead of this instead. Nades. Ooh, Maniac puts a pretty deadly one into the midst of it. Matic goes very, very low, but he is going to launch a nade of his own. Around the corner, Maniac puts another one in, and that's going to be on the money this time. Matic does go down. Are they going to be able to find an answer? Nomi is super low. I think he's healing on in. Eren wants to put a nade through immediately. Just this bombardment ramps up time and time again. Effect found, and this is beautiful from Zeus. They are finding these openings, and Team Spirit's rock up just does not go well.
No, 2 players versus the 4 here. Zeus immediately playing on the outside. It's a very interesting play. And now just 1 player from Team Spirit, and this crash has gone terribly. Just Nomi alive as the last player does get flushed out. He's got a big task ahead of him, does Nomi. Burn out on the stairs, so I'll have information of where he is playing.
Pops the Molotov at the bottom of the stairs, stopping aggression for just a moment longer. Gets the stunner out. Oh, spots an ankle. Can't be doing that against Nomi. The spray transition is good. Drops down the stairs, looks for the shot, and Eren, completely unaware of that, gets caught off guard. And Nomi takes him down, gets the flush as well. Stays upstairs, still in his building, but the blue zone pushes out.
Yeah, I think they assumed that he would move down Maniac popping the med kit does not want to lose this fight versus Nomi. Steps outside, head towards the back, and nade pulled. Nomi has to make a gamble now.
Ooh. Not a full drop, but pretty nasty position. That full stun allows a bit of a reposition to potentially come on through as well. Maybe slightly unknown. Zeus have to get further into the circle. Nomi does too. So do Enigma Galaxy know, and they are closer than ever to this engagement.
The fact that Nomi's still alive is so surprising. Plays it quite fantastically. Twisted Minds, they lose the Robs on the back line there. Now down to just 2 players, as per usual. 2-man late game for this team. Freezer from Brute Force on his own towards the center of this lobby. We've seen Brute Force win some incredible games as solos in the past. It's like this one here on Miramar. Twisted Minds are in for a tough time. Navi's out. 0 eliminations found for them, out in 7th. In fact, it's Navi out in 8th and Team Spirit out in 7th.
Oh, there you go. A little ladder up, but not going to have too much of an impact. Virtus Pro, they're playing as 4. 10 eliminations. They've been gathering speed on the side of the La Bendita crater, playing this east side well, sweeping through it. And frankly, there's kind of no one who stands in their way at this stage. Everybody else who has numbers is pushed right to the edge. Now, Virtus Pro, sorry, have got a pretty decent position. Falcons may be able to do something, but look at the high ground that Virtus Pro have, overlooking the entirety of the rest of this circle.
Yeah, it's a really tough one, actually. I mean, Falcons on that side, though, when they're pushed out, life's going to get really hectic. On this next circle, Stage 8 drops through. Freezer, though, finds one from Virtus Pro, looks to finish him off, but there's an instant response here from the rest of the team to 11 eliminations now for Virtus Pro.
They're moving in. They need this res to keep this advantage firm. Brute Force go down. Nades in from Enigma Galaxy, taking out one from Zeus. Rita doesn't take damage from the next one. Doesn't have any nades of his own to put back down range. As Virtus Pro continue to suppress Falcon's position. I mean, this is so brutal, right? They've still even got that ridgeline further up. If they can get rid of Enigma Galaxy, they take that ridgeline for free, and it's basically a job done.
Yeah, it should realistically be game over for Enigma Galaxy soon. But that's not to count them out. The 2 players. Attempts to get the shot off, but these are just on target from Koa right now.
A laser beam across the rolling hills there as Icy shuts down SnowX. Zeus is still fragging out a little bit over towards Falcons. Taking more damage over to them. Hope lined up nearly for a second spray down. Suppressed off the ridgeline by Virtus Pro, but Hope falls. So does Ragnar. As Rita sees those smoke plumes bloom. Will not be a threat anymore to him, but will fall to Virtus Pro. I mean, that was cleanup and a half. Isle Virtus Pro, and they get a huge elimination tally to close down the day. Well, not quite the day. They've still got one more match to play, but they closed down the game, rather, for a chicken dinner from Virtus Pro. It wasn't super powerful, but you know what? They just kept marching, and every single time, they were finding points, time and time again.
Yeah, I think when you look at Virtus Pro that game, there was a very strong position there at the start there, but then they had to leverage it a lot of times and keep on pushing, keep on holding teams out. And I think that they used the fact that they had 4 players for such a long time and had found some strong positions early on to really keep that one going. La Bendita became a big focal point for a lot of teams late in this game. I just think that for Virtus Pro, they played a patient game there against a lot of other teams. They knew we're going to be struggling getting into this circle because it was a difficult circle and a half.
It really had its ups and downs for a lot of those teams. The teams out on the northwest side really suffering. That hard shift away from the Impala area kind of still to blame for all of this chaos. That was, I think, the second phase even. The second circle. I mean, everybody clumped up just outside Impala, right? And then all of a sudden it was like, bam, actually, La Bendita, by the way.
Yeah, it
just never left.
It was a terrifying circle shift for a lot of teams. I think Na'Vi gets a little bit of benefit from the fact that it does move back their way. For Virtus Pro, you got to remember they were in Porta Paradiso, so they had a really long shot to get up towards this circlet to fight through a ton of areas. You see here, it was 3,000 damage almost. I think the big one is the 1,000 healing that was done. So there was a ton of engagements Virtus Pro had to get to stake claim on that incredible position they had in the end game on that ridge to just let them get that cleanup with the 14 eliminations. But it was by no means an easy task.
No, a little bit of a stepping stone game for them. But they just kept on going. They kept on trucking, keeping control of their surroundings, and nobody really able to do anything about it. Twisted Minds do still get most eliminations on a single player for Lord. Okay, is that? I'm just trying to figure out if that must be a draw then. That must be a tie with at least someone from Virtus Pro, because I think they got up to at least 12 eliminations.
They got 14, yeah.
On that one. So how's that possible? Is that possible? No, it is. It definitely
4,
is.
4 and 2.
Yeah. Okay. So
there's a lot of ties.
Yeah, it must be. A lot of 4 elimination players. And it just goes to show Virtus Pro spreading the load. No one player pulling too much weight. And that is how you want a team to win. 14 eliminations on the board, able to just spread that burden across all of your roster. That is how champions are made.
Yeah, it 100% is. And again, they've been waiting for a Virtus Pro game for quite a while now, John, and it hasn't really crept upon us yet. But this is a nice game. That and the last match as well, which was just as impressive over in Erangel, where they had to fight out of a lot of teams and make a very hurried decision to take down Zeus and 77 before finally taking that head-on fight versus IWNRX. Really interesting gameplay today from Virtus Pro, and they just needed some of that momentum back on board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see, again, the tide rising for them. We'll see how much further they can go. Na'Vi, 1 point. Unfortunately, they didn't get anything done really this match either. They are resting on their laurels slightly now, and I will put the thumb screws to them for that, because today has not been good. Ever since they lost that TDM, it's just been downhill time and time again. 181 points now, I think that makes it, with the 1 point they got just there. But we want more, because we've seen more from them, and I'm greedy. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. I mean, you want to see some more banger games out from Na'Vi, certainly because they showed us some crazy stuff overall. But I do think that when you look at, for instance, teams like Virtus Pro, teams like IWNRX, some of these teams just haven't stepped up over the first couple of days, whereas Na'Vi had things figured out from the get-go. So it's nice to see that, Na'Vi now has some proper competition in the lobby.
Absolutely. A head-to-head between Virtus Pro and Brute Force from that match. It's a 2.9k damage from Virtus Pro. That is really, really impressive stuff. Over double Brute Force there.
Yeah, it's a really massive game for Virtus Pro with the 14 elims, 14 knocks. Very efficient in terms of that one. But you can see that Brute Force had a lot to deal with. 1,422 healing done that game. So it's by no means easy for them to get that point, dishing out just as much damage as they received. With the 8 knocks as well, it was very, very scrappy on their side of things.
Yeah, certainly was. They managed to have a little bit of power going on into that game, but nowhere near what Virtus Pro were able to just do, marching forwards time and time again, encroaching, ever present on everybody else in that lobby. It was great. They controlled La Bandita and got the chicken dinner. We'll see you in a few. We've got one more match to play today. It's again going to be on Miramar, as we saw Virtus Pro inexorably gather momentum towards a chicken dinner in the penultimate match. We'll see how that fares on the repeat. Enigma Galaxy, they held down the center of La Bandita Crater for a while and actually did quite well from it. Not normally a position that has a lot of strength, generally a sort of last-ditch position. And maybe it was that for them, but they were able to get a lot of other teams who were also ditching for last time.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro as well, that was a fun game. Very, very fun game to watch from them. In fact, it's been a couple of very fun games to watch from Virtus Pro so far, John. Those and Falcons. I think Falcons have had some interesting locations around the map where they actually have had a good tryout at getting up towards the top side of these lobbies and potentially winning things. It's just felt like some other teams have sort of pipped them to the post slightly.
Yeah, just a little bit. Getting out of their way, finally, the rest of the lobby has allowed that ascension to be a little bit more efficacious this time around. Na'Vi, slightly disappointing, though, in that last, well, day, to be honest, ever since their TDM. Guild feels like they've been given a lot of opportunity, but haven't been able to convert on those spots, which is unfortunate. They have just been pushed aside by teams that are, ostensibly at the moment, a greater force to be reckoned with.
Last game of the day here with the GT20 Pro sponsoring us here at the PMSL 2024 EMEA. And we've got a straight shot through the center of the map. Went from truck stop all the way to Monte Nuevo. No one's unhappy with this one. Everyone gets where they need to be. At the end of the day, shenanigans. Twisted Minds up to 128, actually overtaking IWNRX. John, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, they've jumped all the way over. IWNRX seem to have upped the pace, but Twisted Minds lockstep with them. We'll see how far up the tables they can go towards the end of today. Because remember, both of these teams are only just a little bit ahead of Fireflux, right? We talked a lot about how Na'Vi had such an incredible performance over the last few days, but Fireflux as well have had a really stellar showing. They're on 120 points right now and have a 6-match advantage against these two other teams who are really pushing towards the top. Virtus Pro is joining that cadre of players towards that top side as well on 115, and they're not too far behind.
So a lot of teams catching up, and this is the storyline that we've been pushing a lot recently, is that Navi's not fallen off, so to speak, but more teams are getting comfortable with their play style inside this lobby now. Hard west shift from a eastern plane path means that teams do have to get a little bit of a shift on. I think it's the first time in a while we've actually seen this go over towards La Riera and Monte Nuevo in this current tournament.
Scrap in Picardo, Falcons and RCB. They're still at it again. It's disappointing. One team can go somewhere else. There's plenty of other spots on this map. And you see, oftentimes, teams just continually throwing away points on what is a third of your matches on Miramar by embroiling themselves in unnecessary conflict in these scenarios and refusing to swallow their pride and go to a different drop location.
Yeah, and again here it's not one where they're likely going to, part gently, right? Because this is a decent rotational path through from this side of Picardo out to Monte Nuevo. I mean, RCB could technically, again, rock down towards Casino. It's just weird that the Falcons have also tried to take up position there as well. So RCB take an initial knock and a flush straight away. Like, this could have been an easy, you have apartments, we're going to head down towards the other side, it's fine. Instead, the Falcons go for something a little bit more split at the start of it. It's equally RCB's fault for dropping on apartments. Not saying this is all on the Falcons.
Takes two to tango. And they're strutting their stuff on the dance floor between Brute Force and Enigma Galaxy as well. Over in El Pozo. A little bit less frequent hot drop, but still potentially just as dangerous for these two rosters. Brute Force looking to put the nade in Judo onto Berlin. Keeps pulling the pin. Keeps threatening. Finally launches it and actually tags on quite a bit of damage. Berlin scuttling around the ground floor, but gives the time for Redox to be able to take him down with a shot from the Mini 14. No refrag from Prepod. Crawling down the stairs, has a little bit of cover. Neos is protecting at long range with the Vector. Not really going to be as effective as maybe he wants to be there. And look at that high ground from Freezer as well. Berlin moving on through and continually just scampering around this building, causing havoc for Brute Force.
Chudo heads through, looks to finish off a player here, get the flush on through. Maybe even find some meds on the death crate. Does at least get some ammo. No meds to be found just yet, so he has to play a little bit safer. Redox, though, on a sliver of HP, dashing away. It's not likely Enigma Galaxy is going to be going too much further in today's games.
Picardo. RCB with 3. Falcons with 3. It's like iron weights on the ankles when you're trying to go for a swim. Hot dropping in Picardo. It's a terrible idea.
That it is. It's going to slow you down. Slow down a lot of the rotates, and the rotates need to come through quickly. I mean, for Picardo, one of the central positions on the map is a place where you could have easily got yourself a nice spot by now over towards the western side, but it's delayed a lot.
Black Esports, I mean, they had a little bit of a showing, a pretty decent showing on our last Erangel today, but their Miramar just didn't back it up. We saw a weakness of theirs in that engagement that they had before in the warehouse. I think it was IWNRX to take them down. It just wasn't there. It was quite evident the difference in firepower between these two teams, but that is one hell of a shot from the N249. Just clapping, echoing between those hillsides.
Yeah,
and that's got to be humbling. Goodness me.
M24 to the face. That really hurts. Chudo just crumples. 8x again, looking to finish this one off. I don't know where he's found himself an 8x, but he's making good use of it. Shots from the side, though, from Neos. Laser beam. Just for the M4. Not quite an 8x, but a 6x will do the trick.
I wonder if they were trying to give them a little bit of a fake out there. Go up with the vehicle, get Lewis in, pretend that they're taking him back down as he drives away, but leave the sniper up there. And potentially find a shot from it. But Neos seem to spot something going on. Yeah, they'll still see the player there. Neos trying to connect with the shots, but not quite landing it just yet. Lewis on the deck. He's got the terrain cover now. And they need to deal with this. Because the sniper at this range with the 8x, this is the perfect engagement for him. He's got great sight lines. You can see that Brute Force do not want to allow this power to continue. Neos has flexed out wide. And they've got that off angle. In the meantime, Chudo actually getting spotted by IWNRX as they flow in from the northern edge. Find Freezer as well. And that's just allowed Black Esports to survive so much longer. Goodness me.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate crossing. Brute Force gets hella slowed down there. Once the icy grip gets to them, it's IWNRX to kind of smash the ice itself apart. But it's a good initial engagement for Brute Force over towards Enigma Galaxy. Just a shame that the rest of the game hasn't gone so smoothly for them.
IWNRX, though, pretty happy to just find those elimination points early. Black is being picked apart in general by all of these surrounding teams. They can't really find anything too much more. Yeah, Black Esports, they're just losing player after player to these engagements. Enigma Galaxy as well, getting crunched in by Na'Vi on the south quadrant of El Pozo. Getting closer and closer to Montenuevo, or being forced to go there, rather. You see shots from Toshbek. 3 players alive for Black Esports, but Na'Vi over the ridge line might make things difficult for them moving forwards. Next zone soon to close in blank, and that is going to be where we get our biggest zone shrink into phase 2, and we're going down south. It pops all the way to those Chumasara Hills, keeps Montenuevo in the northeast side.
Yeah, down towards Leggera, kind of an interesting one in terms of the sightlines here, because you've got the two prevailing high grounds over towards the east and the west side. The teams are going to want to play on. Trovo 2030 has already picked themselves up a very nice spot on the western edge. And in the meantime, Team Spirit flitted through Chumacera and have headed over towards that eastern side. So could go either way, both those teams. But right now, Trovo 2030 and Team Spirit holding some very powerful positions in the map. A lot of other teams would like to get in on with. And there's a huge amount of squads actually on the outside edge of the circle right now. There's not a massive amount of teams that have made it into the circle just yet.
Vibes wanting a path to be open for them, but Zeus are there. By the way, two teams still in Picardo. And this is the price you pay. Twisted Minds moving a little bit more centrally. These two linearizing high grounds that you were talking about down from Montenuevo towards Miramar along that roadside. That is really what these teams are trying to navigate. Twisted Minds trying to move out to the west edge of it. But Narvia in the way. Despite, I mean, maybe concluding here as Regnum Kai, Everard, and Team Falcons both pour out of the windows. It goes over towards the Falcons, but they lose a player. They're pretty hyped up about it. I think they can see each other.
Yeah, they're giving each other a little bit of jip there. Fair enough as well, to be honest. Like, come on, guys. I think at some point you just got to realize you give it up. I mean, but like I said, Picardo, you can hold it as two. Just don't drop towards apartments. Drop towards stadium. Something like that. And then you can part ways on good terms. You don't have to take each other out. So still got a few teams to make it in. Twisted Minds still outside in the blue, but most of the teams have made their way out and into the circle itself. No, sorry, Twisted Minds are not in the blue. We're just on board with them. And use this new tower here. That's cool. I didn't realize that before. Highlights the team we're on board with. Beautiful. If you noticed that before me, good on you.
I don't think I realised that that's what that was. There you go. Good to know. Brute Force on the northwest side. We're not on board with anyone now because nothing's highlighted. Normally, I think before we've had it where it sometimes highlights if a team's out in the blue zone, highlights them in blue. But not this time around. We've cleaned it up a little bit. Over towards La Driera, yet again, Team Spirit. The very central area on the north side, as a little bit on the north side, but they got challenge. IWNRX scrapping it out. Effect up on the roof there. Whoa, trying to throw a nade right at us there, Team Spirit. What do you think you're doing? We're only here to watch. You don't get any points for nading us out. Effect is down, will be flushed out as well. IWNRX will continue the pressure. S2G crunching Team Spirit on the flank as well as Marso sprays down Kitsune for the flush. Matic and Nomi on the upstairs, and IWNRX just have this one given to them. Swain is down though, and potentially S2G could turn the tide of the battle in their favor.
Yeah, that is that's really quite an instantaneous roll-up, and by roll-up I mean they've rolled over Team Spirit. And when they goes over to the top side, I mean, it's Nomi and Matic. Typically, these two do play very well off one another, but in a 2v4 versus IWNRX, this is looking somewhat unlikely.
Nomi and Matic. Two players alive for Team Spirit. Swain stepping up the stairs a little bit. Spray down. Not connecting. Posturing for now. 4 players alive. I feel like they must be fairly low on nades. Swain certainly doesn't have any. Otherwise you can imagine that that top floor would be a lot more explosive than it is right now.
I think they're just worried about heading over towards the second floor and some sight lines coming through from the outside edges. Smoke's been poured in. Potentially looking just to gun it up the stairs as a 4-man and hope to trade off one another.
If S2G hear this, though, they roll straight on in. And that's what Frozen is there to try and stop. But it's going to be really quite difficult. Oh, Twisted Mind spotting the back lines of S2G. More third partying going on. Swain, finally, on the top floor. And they step straight into the crossfire. Immediately flushed out as well. Okay, that's what they were worried about. Nomi and Matic have this on lock. I mean, even through the smoke, they hear these steps going up. You just step out, you swing, you spray. Nomi pre-firing the building across the way. They think Frozen's still in there, but he dropped down to go for the backup. Heads up from Nomi, though. I mean, he's really switched on in this fight.
I mean, you've got to lock it in. I think for a fact that his position was pretty bold on the rooftops. No real way to get him up. I get that he's a good tool for scouting. But again, it's one of those positions where you have to be really careful because it is very strong. It's just how you play it. And as soon as effect goes down, the rest of the team sort of crumbles around him. Black Esports looking to make a play here.
They're going for the roll-up. They're playing as 3. But they don't find anything with their opening salvo of nades. And I think that has really scared them a little bit. Maybe rightly so, potentially unsure as to what the state of play is here. So being cautious for Black Esports. Instead, they try and linearize the fight. A big nade in from Zeus. He just sat there and waited for that one to go through. Kind, though, takes the first player out from Black Esports. Frozen being down leaves them as 2. Remember, you've still got Team Spirit upstairs as well. That's 4 teams in this engagement. A spray down from Eren as Zeus rally on in, trying to keep this fight under their purview. 4 players alive for Zeus, and potential to regroup here if they take all of this down. Falcons rolling on in. This is a 5th team now in this fight, up and active. Black Esports, Team Spirit, IWNRX, Zeus, and Falcons all scrapping over the Ladriera hill on the north side. Nomi is there, but his teammate is down. Lewis, very, very low. 1 player left standing. Nomi on the upstairs as Black Esports contest for it. Falcons are getting torn apart. It's Guild, a 6th team now, enters the ring. It's a Royal Rumble here on the north side of Ladriera as we heat things up in Miramar.
This is a ridiculous engagement, by the way. There's so many teams here, all looking to pick up this position. Nade in hand from Black Esports. That should be the end of Nomi as we know him.
Guild.
Bunch of damage. Actually, not the Elim, though.
This is Guild with an opportunity. Is what I said before. They've been given a lot of opportunity, but have not been able to convert. This is their test, though. If they can win out this position, they can get a little bit more aggressive with it. I want to see more from them. Nomi, though, a big challenge for them to handle. Steps out really doggedly in his pursuit of that. Flusher will be able to find it. Toshbik as well. Doesn't know where he's gone. Falcons are out. Exo's there. He's taken 1 down. Is Team Spirit still alive? I think he is. Waiting in the wings. You've got to be worried. There's still a player on the upstairs, but do they know? I think they might think they've taken everybody else out, but there's still 1 more to go. GG, not GG, dropping that smoke, moving around now, smoking out the windows. They think they're alone, but Nomi's still there. He hits the deck. He might have figured this out.
This is so silly. Nade's going in over towards Guild, harassing the position. Another nade through the window. Sails past Nomi through the doorway. No damage tagged. And he's still in this.
Okay, they do know then. They are still putting nades down. They must have heard something. Zeus is still there on the outskirts. They've been controlling this fight masterfully. Enforcing the cage lock-in.
This is... I don't know how Nomi's still alive, but he is. He's living this one out.
So Zedwolf.
Another nade went through. Actually took down one of the Guild players. Went directly past Nomi's feet. He can't afford to drop another smoke now, though. Because they'll know his exact position on the rooms.
And the thing is, if Zeus take down Guild, they also may be unaware that there's players there. Zedwolf as well. They don't know he's there, but the footsteps will give that away. He's playing underneath the staircase and in through the smoke. A nice pump action shot to shut it down. Guild taking a knock towards the backlines. Nomi is still there on the swivel, on his belly. A snake on the upper floor, ready to strike. Zero. Getting that res on through, protecting his teammate. Darkin is there. They have to move around. Do they know that Nomi is still there? They've got to be worried. And you've got to think, do you just take that fight into a 1 versus 3 and then control the staircase? You might just go for it. GG, not G, GG takes a break to take Coops out of the equation against Twisted Minds.
They are dropping smokes everywhere, which is actually kind of assisting Nomi at the moment. Finally gets into a crouched position. Zero's watching the stairs.
Spray.
He steps out, doesn't find it though. Picked his moment badly. But still, what a gamer. Getting that long into the game.
Pump action. One and done. Tries to put another one through the door frame, but it's Guild to win out this engagement even further. Zeus do go down to 1. You can see Rita on the outskirts. And finally, they may have calmed things down just a touch as Zeus fall. Twisted Minds now, their western flank here. And Guild come out smelling pretty strongly of eliminations right now. 9 on their tally. And they have done well to make it through that.
Yeah, I think Guild may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew, but finally do manage to stomach what has been an insane engagement over towards that north side. Every single team that's gone out, it's all happened on that northern edge. 11 teams, 26 players. And it is 2.5 average per team, which is very silly. Enigma Galaxy on 1, Trovo on 2, Zeus on 1, S2G on 1, only 1 on 2 full 4-man squads in Vibes, as well as Virtus Pro going into stage 5. What a crazy game it has been to end the day.
Icy gets taken down by the blue zone. That was an unforced error on the south side for Icy. Zone 5, so we'll need a fast pickup. That is unfortunate. Trovo 2030 will be eliminated as well. That was out on this west edge. Watching Snowix able to handle that. Na'Vi playing as 3 on the western side as well. Taking a look at the rest of the map, we've been focused on the north side for a long time now, Blank, but it seems like 77 and Vibes have got a really strong position in towards the middle of this circle, keeping that compound under control, split across the road, but they are in a little bit of a valley. The position out to the east, I think that Virtus Pro could potentially move in to try and hold, could be incredibly strong. The high ground that overlooks that compound out on that eastern edge for Virtus Pro. They did fully lose Icy, so I don't know what happened there, but they're playing as 3, which means that there is only one full 14.
It's a massive, weird game this has been so far. Na'Vi over towards that western side do have a little bit of high ground to play around with, but the circle shifts dead center to some very dead ground. Vibes will have to move, but 77 currently holding it down over towards their northern edge. I'll have to cross the road, so at least 77 will have purview onto that, but pretty much every other team that has a chance at grabbing a chicken dinner here is on the outside of the circle and all have to move in.
That dark patch that was to the northeast side and sits central of the circle, sorry, northeast of 77, and sits central to the circle, is just a massive ditch that you have sightlines down on towards. There's a little bit of terrain cover that I think currently Hamzy is holding out on. Snowix sprayed out on that door frame. I didn't quite catch that the first time around. Finds it. Okay, a 1 versus 3 for Snowix on the west flank.
Maybe a 1 versus 4. There was another knock on the outside that went down.
Oh, okay.
If so, pretty unreal.
He's dead now, though.
He goes out. No, so not a 1v4. It looks like someone else got taken out on the sidelines. Gave him a little bit of support to ensure he could make it happen.
Yeah, 3 points only for Enigma Galaxy. But 3 valuable points to close out.
Pretty cool. Doran looking over towards Na'Vi, who are crossing the road currently. They should have eyes over towards this one. That is a peak that Doran desperately needed to make. Sees the smokes. Now knows the general direction of Na'Vi and where they're playing. Guild takes down another, adding to their toll.
Lemon. Okay. Wait, he didn't get knocked? That's a real big What on earth? How has he managed to survive that? That was a Molotov as well. He moves away from the buggy. Has 4 first aids. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, finally. He wasn't going to live for too much longer, you'd hope.
Kind of crazy. But yeah. Should not have been allowed that. Either way. It's over now. We don't have to think about it. It can't hurt you anymore. Guild. trying to move down south after their resounding victory on the northern side. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds have other ideas. They don't care who you've taken down so far. You step into the sight lines of Robs' Mini 14. It's going to be a bad time, but it goes click. That might just be the respite that Zero needs. It was not.
Quick taps over that way. I think he thought he was still behind the car and then just spotted him crawling down the hillside. He almost got away with it as well. It wasn't for that. Damn Robs.
Classic Robs maneuver, that. Eliminating his opponents. You hate to say it. Navi lose another. They're down to 2. Twisted Minds with the high ground, but not quite with the position. Again, it is all around that central ditch.
Yeah, Navi didn't lose when it was Vibes getting taken out there. Just one knock over their way.
Ah.
Navi losing Lemon a little bit earlier on versus Twisted Minds. Yeah, Vibes is the real big target for 77. It's the full 4-man. They get an initial knockoff. And again, depending on this circle, it should be them being pushed into 77 and across the road. So a lot of smokes required. Really only Guild that comes away from this game with any semblance of strong point scoring with the 10 elims that they found on this one. Every other elim is just scattered between all of the teams in the lobby.
Vibes trying to make their move now. They have to get rid of 77 to have any hope of moving further into this. Stage 7, 7 teams alive. This is pretty chock-a-block now, as everyone's been reticent to move to center of the circle, which would have caused a couple more teams to go down, but there is no cover. Only Hamzy has some sort of cover. And he's all on his own for S2G. In goes Twisted Mind. Lord might actually crash straight on him, but no, he finds Doran on the back. Now Lord is a challenge in the middle. Vibes are rampaging over towards 77, but the bullets finding their mark on the back lines. Magnum, pump action, trying to find the range on the shotgun. Not quite tagging onto Tree, but he's not tagging either. It's going both ways of the spray down. Wild, but finally managed to find its mark. And there it goes, 77 take down the encroaching forces of Vibes on the southwest side. Na'Vi wanting to change it as well. That was a big nade actually coming through from Na'Vi to pick up a lot of those eliminations. S2G have gone down in the meantime. Twisted Minds were able to take them out in the midst of it, but Robs is still on the back foot, and now nobody is in the middle.
Yeah, everyone's suffering right now. This is not a fun game. It has not been a fun game since the start for a lot of teams, honestly. But Na'Vi's still going strong for themselves, despite having a rough rotation to make. This team is super quick on the uptake, though, where the vulnerable parts of the map are. Virtus Pro makes their dash over towards the eastern side of the map. I'm going to put themselves at distance from literally everyone else here, John.
Oh dear, Guild though. Still on the warpath, 11 eliminations, and they want more. They do need it as well. The point's not looking super happy for them, but after this, might be a bit healthier. A bit more rosier cheeked. Virtus Pro, though, playing as 3. Get the res on the Bishke, Malloy, Koa, both taking shots back over towards Guild. Cover off from Na'Vi, who are yet to crest that ridge line. 2 players for Na'Vi, 3 for Virtus Pro. The heals come through. Guild haven't moved forwards either. Look at that dust bowl that sits in the middle of them. That is so open and vulnerable.
Yeah, this is horrendous. It's not a bowl you want to find yourself in. Quickly gets scooped up and sent out of this lobby. Na'Vi, though, I don't know how they've done it, but they are still getting work done inside of this lobby. We've even Axa managed to find a position to play. I don't know if you call it playable. Predicated off the back of some smokes, realistically.
That little outcrop there that's covering Axa from the south side. Sorry, from the north side is so important. He steps out. Okay. Up to a hay bale. Has to play on the open. Needs more smoke, but it's starting to fall. Flip is out of it. Will not be able to survive that. Unfortunately, Axa not going to be able to go for the regroup. Needs to heal off. drop another smoke, stay alive for just a moment longer, because other teams are going to need to do sort of similar maneuvers, get to these hay bales, try and stay alive in some really quite hairy positions. That roll down from Guild is looking pretty good, actually. They've got a lot of cover with those hay bales, with that tractor as well. Can pepper pot their way forwards. Everybody else now has to move. Again, that zone crunching everybody through. 3 players alive for Virtus Pro, and they are still the powerhouse in this lobby.
Virtus Pro takes some taps across. Zone 9, last in the lobby. Nade goes high.
Sure.
Get a little bit closer. Dexo's fine. Axa, last left alive for Na'Vi. It's 3 players right now for Virtus Pro. Looking to finish this out, but look where they have to come off of. This is not a hill to win on. This is a hill to die on.
But 77 have to dismount themselves as well. And there's a shot over towards GG, not GG. Zadira moving in. Koa holding his nerve against Exo's Peak, who is the last player alive. I think that's Na'Vi taking shots. They're out now, so the far side is open. This gives a little bit more breathing room, and Virtus Pro now only have 2 directions to worry about. Scoping in, needs to thread the needle. Zadira gets the heel off, steps out to the right-hand side, but he's still just eating bullets to the shins, and it's Virtus Pro again to go back-to-back on Miramar to close down the day, finding a second chicken dinner on the trot.
I mean, Virtus Pro has been very close a few times today, actually. But yeah, really, really good games from Virtus Pro. Overall, it's been very fun to watch them. The double on Miramar is really good too, and that is going to up the point standing overall for them. 2 fantastic matches on 2 unbelievably difficult finishes. It really just is a testament to the resilience coming through from Virtus Pro in both these matches. Very, very fun to watch.
And the moral of the story, don't hot drop in Picardo. It's terrible. Stop doing it. I hate it. It's bad.
Yeah, it's not great.
It upsets my stomach.
I think, again, this could easily be avoided in future. And for 130 games, you do not want that to happen. This was this incredible play coming through from Snowix earlier on. And then this was the fight of fights.
That was the Royal Rumble of Ladriera. I think it was 6 or 7 teams who decided to weigh in on that. And it was Guild who came out on top, which is probably not who I would have expected. The script writers did a nice little bamboozle on that one, so I'm pretty happy about that. It's enjoyable.
It was enjoyable. It was definitely very funny. I was kind of hoping that Nomi would go further into that game. It's sad he doesn't. But yeah, overall, a really, really fun day. And Virtus Pro getting away with that one with just about how much healing as they did damage. 8 eliminations. It's been scrappy all day. Very, very scrappy. But I've enjoyed it. I've definitely enjoyed today in terms of just all the games have been a little bit wacky, a little bit weird. But we got to test the players. We got to test the players. You're in day 3 now. You've had day 1 and 2 to figure things out. We kept things a little bit calmer in those days. Come to day 3, this is where you got to throw out those funky circles.
Yeah, you got to get a little bit funky with it. I feel like a lot of this is off the back of having some I think very, very heavy central situations come through, right? It's pretty difficult to survive as full 4 when everybody's packing themselves in. MVP on the day, Lord coming through from Twisted Minds. I mean, they have had a pretty nasty day. 3.4 thousand damage, 21 limbs. That's a deserving MVP on the day.
Yeah, very, very fun stuff from Lord. Honestly, not the guy that I would expect to be taking the MVP, though. I think I was more gearing up towards maybe over towards Koa or maybe even a Swain from IWNRX, but not Lord. But he has been putting in the work for Twisted Minds on their come-up day, I would say.
Yeah, I think that they've gotten nice and deep into some games. I think Virtus Pro obviously have had some miraculous end of the day, but Twisted Minds throughout the entirety of it have sort of been well, evidently just far more consistent with in the hands of Lord. Coops as well, backing him up nicely today, which is good to see. The two moving over from that Tinker Galaxy roster together, coming through for Twisted Minds. EXO, though, led eliminations on that last match with 5 for Guild on that northern side. So really great stuff for them to be able to clear out the entirety of Ladriera. I think they got up to 11 or 12 eliminations towards the end there as well. Yeah. So nice stuff for their points tally.
I mean, they walk away with the wrestling belt, right? The wrestling championship belt, which is very much deserving of that. They certainly dropped a couple of chairs on the other players' heads. But yeah, it's very, very... Exactly. Nomi was just hidden underneath the ring, which is fair enough. I wouldn't want to come out of the ring entirely during that entire segment. But yeah, for Nomi still goes down. I think he tried to take his cheeky chance. But today has been a good one. It's been a really good one in the sense that it's not just Na'Vi pummeling every other team inside the lobby. We're going to find out who Lord opts to challenge just in a little bit. But here's our match rankings. 18 points for Virtus Pro, 16 for Guild, and 13 for 77. 77 have done some work today, not a huge amount, but they haven't looked lifeless.
No, they have been sort of consistently present, I would say, on the peripherals of these matches. And 13 points is a good way to cap off the day. Na'Vi as well, getting 10 points, a little bit more of a return to form. So that's a good way to close down day 3 for them. One more day's games for teams like Na'Vi, like IWNRX as well. We'll see what they can do with it as we head on down to the second page of our match rankings. It's 3 points once again for Team Spirit. To be fair,
the usual.
To be fair, that Ladriera fight kind of was crazy, but even so, it's happened again.
Yep, it's coming back. I mean, to be fair to Team Spirit, like they had the spot, and it could have easily been a case where maybe they get further into that game. But you have 6 teams third partying the same spot. Maybe you could forgive it a little bit.
But it's happening far too frequently, right? That's the point. Is
that
sure,
one is forgiveness.
You can make excuses for each individual match, but when it comes down to it, they are underperforming dramatically over the course of it. And at some point, you have to say, you know what, something is going wrong over for Team Spirit. And I will agree with you, and I will concede that it was absolutely wild in that last match on that specific position. But I think when you look back at the other matches that they've played, they've made fairly consistent mistakes, and I think it comes down to potential lack of willingness to get stuck into an actual gunfight. On the most part, I think that in general they've had opportunities to just go, let's just go for this crash and outskill our opponents, but they've just not gone for it.
No, they haven't. And again, it's tough. I think that they have a lot more to give here. Here's our daily winners: Twisted Minds, IWNRX, S2G, into Black Esports, and a double Virtus Pro win over on Miramar. The first one looking a lot more confident compared to the shaky and brutal game that was match 6.
Yeah, you said that was a hill to die on, but it was a hill to win from them for Virtus Pro. As soon as they got rid of AXA, I think that was actually probably the major thorn in their side. And if the teams on the flanks hadn't gotten rid of them, Virtus Pro, I don't think could have gone for that final chicken dinner. So interesting dynamics to close down that last game. With the Dust Bowl that sat in the midst of all of that, it was really, really tough to make anything happen. And it was just a roll of the dice as to who was going to take that one home. Fortunately for Virtus Pro, they managed to get it with 18 points on the board.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to shoot them up the rankings, considering that they haven't had actually that bad matches throughout the rest of the day either, personally. So I do think for Virtus Pro, this has been a nice day to watch them play, considering that yesterday felt a little bit like they had more to give, but they come into day 3 swinging.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see. I think that they haven't had the highest of placements in their other matches today so far, but their eliminations have been sort of keeping up to pace where you want to see it, right? You want to see those eliminations keep on adding up. Every little helps. And towards the end, it was double chicken dinner for them. So great to see that they've put those up on onto their tally. We'll see how those overalls have laid themselves out in a moment, I'm sure. We're also waiting on Lord to go for the call-out match for the MVP TDM tomorrow, which will be interesting to see. So who will Twisted Minds challenge? That is the question. We'll have to wait and see, because they have got quite a few teams that they could choose from. After before that last match, I might have said choose Guild, but after it, you know what they can do in some pretty chaotic scenarios, so maybe not.
Yeah, I think that it seems like Guild performs quite well under pressure, it would seem, despite them not putting themselves under pressure too often. They like to play on the outskirts, but there they were forced to really dig deep to survive what was a hectic situation. But I'm trying to think who Twisted Minds would actually challenge. Let's think. Maybe Enigma Galaxy? I feel like Enigma Galaxy would make sense. You know, their old squad.
Yeah.
Potentially from Lord and Coops.
For sure.
Or Vibes. That's the Robs Victor connection. You also have the Robs Narvalo connection on Enigma Galaxy.
I think I feel like it's got to be Enigma Galaxy. If they're going for the connections, the story, it's definitely that's the call out, right? Because you've got their old IGL, but it's Trovo. Okay, Trovo 2030. Today, they have not been playing super well, and I feel like Trovo had a little bit of a day 2 story, and I think this might just be like, we really would quite like $500 kind of a pick.
Maybe.
And why not, you know?
Maybe. Yeah, I feel like they dropped the ball there. They should have picked Enigma Galaxy. That's annoying. Here are our overalls. At the end of the day, first place goes to Na'Vi, 191 points. Second place, Twisted Minds. And third place will be taken by Virtus Pro with 133 points. You can see here, sandwiched between all that, though, it's Fireflux, 120 points with 12 matches played to still have 6 more matches in the bag.
Yeah, they have got a little bit of runway to go, so would not be too surprised to see them take, well, at least second place. They'd have to catch up to Na'Vi to try and take that first place, but definitely doable now, because Na'Vi have gotten much, much closer to that 10-point average than what we saw at the start of the day, which is great news for Fireflux. So can they keep up the pace where Na'Vi could not? Team Spirit, the lone resident on 18 matches played on this second page with 67 points earned. But there is a team that's played 18 matches as well that's even further down than this. And it was a team that did pretty well in that last match. S2G just behind Team Spirit on 60 points there. Brute Force just ahead of them on 70. And slowing their roll just a little bit as well. Just into 17th place there, it is Guild, with 18 matches played and 43 points. So many of those points just came from that last match as well.
Yeah, they needed a desperate turn-up of luck, let's be honest, for Guild. And that's where they get it. They get it right there in that game, which is nice to see, honestly, for Guild, who have been trying their socks off this entire tournament to get something done. And finally, one of the most unbelievably difficult fights, they pull something out. I'm not sure how. You can keep up to date with those kind of clips and kind of action over on our social media, which you can find down below. PUBG Mobile Europe official, something along those lines, over on Instagram, YouTube, as well as TikTok.
Well, Guild may have been trying their socks off, but they should have been pulling their socks up in the first matches of the day. They finally closed with some success, but can they keep it going? Na'Vi fall off just a little bit. They keep getting some more points to add to their totals, but not going to be what we saw from them before. That opens the door for Fireflux to take the top spot. We've got 2 more days of matches to play. A lot of these teams with only 1 more day to play for themselves, but we'll see how that unfolds with more PMSL EMEA tomorrow. Make sure that you tune in then.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need from the back line. He finds one and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.